The mantra of one man, one vote, one shilling is a thing that we are not going to relent pushing, not because it benefits people in the mountain. That's far from it. It actually benefits every other person in this country. And as it has been said, it is not for us to take from somebody so that it comes to us. No. It is for us to ask from the national government that which they are holding on to and refusing to let come to the people. Wale ambao wanapata waendelee kupata yao. Lakini sisi pia tupatiwe na national government ile ambao wamekatalia kule juu.
At the same time, Kioni called for unity among Mount Kenya leaders, insisting that retired President Uhuru Kenyatta is best placed to unite them.
We agreed as political parties from that region that we will be working under one umbrella grouping we are calling Haki, and we also resolved that Haki, the patron, not the party leader, the patron of that Haki will be none other than Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, for the reason that he is not in active politics. He is not going to vie for any presidential position, but he has the capacity and the ability and also the respect that can bring the people in the mountain together, so that we are not scattered like we were scattered 2022 until we gave birth to the very unfortunate disaster that we find ourselves under today.
Parliament will reap heavily in the incoming budget, with staff under the Parliamentary Service Commission and employees of MPs set to receive salary increments in the budget estimates for the financial year 2024-2025. The legislative arm of government will receive 44.5 billion shillings. Parliamentary staff will receive a 10% increment. The budget for the incoming financial year is 3.9 trillion shillings. This comprises of 1.58 billion shillings in recurrent expenditure, 727.9 billion shillings in development expenditure, 1.2 trillion shillings in consolidated fund services, and 391.17 billion shillings in county equitable share. And the Ministry of Interior will require 108 billion shillings over the next 4 years to successfully implement reforms in the National Police Service, the Kenya Prison Service, and the National Youth Service. The reforms presented to President William Ruto by former Chief Justice David Maraga-led task force in November last year seek to address the welfare of security personnel in the country. Interior Principal Secretary Raymond Molo says to successfully implement the reforms, collaboration between the government and other stakeholders, including donors, is required. Ombaso said the ministry has rolled out a strategic framework to ensure a strategic and coordinated approach to reform priorities. And Ednah says in Busia County have called off their strike after 2 months. They've been demanding a pay increment and promotions. The county deputy governor Arthur Odera said the nurses will get back to work next week.
Na leo hii nina furaha sana kwamba tumeweka sahihi mkataba wa nurses kurudi kazini kuanzia siku ya Jumatatu tarehe 10. Masharti ambayo yamekuweko mengi, 79% ya yale mambo ambayo last year tulikuwa na return to work agreement yametatuliwa, yanabaki 20%. Kwa hivyo juhudi ya serikali ya county inaonekana wazi. Ni vile ambavyo ikumbukwe kwamba matatizo haya ambayo yamesababisha mgomo wa mwaka uliopita na mwaka huu ni mambo ambayo yanakwenda nyuma miaka 6.
In Kirinyaga County, coffee farmers in Titu have held protest and threatened to uproot their crops over poor pay. Now the farmers receive 78 shillings per kilo of coffee, which they say is not enough. They have called on the government to intervene, lamenting that they are unable to meet their needs as coffee prices continue to decline. The farmers have warned that they will continue to protest until when their demands have been met.
Na tukiangalia hata mchere kikombe moja inatoka shilingi 60. Tunashindwa, kwani kahawa yetu kwani imepunguza bei kiasi gani?
Hata imeanguka, hata tukifanya comparison na zile zingine yetu iko chini kabisa. Na tulikuwa tumezoea kupatiwa 100 na kitu.
Last year walitutolea rate, tukapiga kelele wakasema ya kwamba this year itakuwa mzuri. Saa hii wamerudia ile makosa waliofanya last year na wametufinya tena. Sisi kama wakulimaji wa Motito Factory na Motira Farmers tumekasirika sana. Watu hawana hata pesa ya kupeleka school fees. Watoto walifurushwa siku nyingine na walimu wakuu.
I'm Dennis Asada, good morning.
(102.5) SpiceFM Kisumu. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
You tuned into Kenya's biggest conversation. My name is Ramanya.
Amen.
Amen.
So 1 hour is over?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
It gets over.
Can you imagine
in 20 minutes.
What the big boys have also done?
I'm very proud of myself.
When you understand about partnership in politics, it's like the way marriage is these days. When you're looking for a wife, you're like, oh, you know, maybe you can help me pay you for fees as I pay for the rent.
Or should you have a lioness living in your bedroom?
I have to tell you a story. I went for a prayer meeting, which was called for the spouses of candidates for senators and governors. And when I got to the gate, the lady who was the secretary, she refused to. She's telling me, no. Leo tunataka wa mama. Leo ni wa mama. I'm telling her, no. She said, no, sio siku yenu. And I thought, there's a problem here, you know, because if it was a man, but this was a lady.
It will be called First Ladies until you change the name.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
It's critical that people pay taxes. But then taxation has to have a limit. When you start overtaxing people beyond certain limit, then this now we call robbery with violence.
We are all struggling, but we don't show. If you're not doing well, shame on you. But you have to say, I'm broke and I'm struggling. We are not okay until everybody is okay.
We are pretending to have political parties. Why don't we just be honest? And we say, these are the Luyas, these are the Kambas, these are the Kikuyus, and we find ourselves in Kenya.
You know, with politics and leadership, no matter what you do, there will always be a complaint. There will always be the assumption that you're either stealing or you're not doing things right. As a leader, don't fear. If you know you're doing the right thing, you've thought about it, you've got an expert advice, do it, then understand later.
This country, we don't need prayers. Prayers is between you and God. Good governance and thinkers who care about the country and not their stomach.
That's what we need.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Good morning, and here we are at Friday. What is happening where you are? Not much for traffic in terms of a clog up. As you're coming in, let's start with Westlands and see what's coming off of Waiakwe. As you're getting into the CBD, not a problem here at all. And also on the other side of things, coming in from the Thika Superhighway, traffic has started to build right around Survey, taking you then towards Muranga Road, and that looks like it's going to be busy for a while. All right, and then coming in from Kangunda Road, some traffic is starting to build, touching on Outer Ring in both directions. And also as you go towards the Thika Superhighway or this other way towards North Airport Road, it looks a bit busy. Let's see what Friday has in store. We'll talk on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Lafiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
How are you doing?
Me?
Yes.
Oh, I'm fine.
Very good.
Thank you.
Happy Friday.
Happy Friday.
7 days into June.
We're already going very fast.
Yeah. Hii mambo bwana. Hii syllabus inakimbia. Hey. It is running.
It is running very fast.
Haraka sana.
Salama lakini?
Mimi niko salama. Namshukuru Maulana Jalali.
Maulana, what's that?
Mungu.
Sijaze Mungu.
Hivyo mwingine yote. Yeah?
I'm looking for my pen. It has refused to be found, so I'll just use the other one.
Oh. Okay. Umepata?
Nitatumia tu hiyo ingine. I didn't want to use this one today, but I'll just use it now.
You're going to use a different one?
Yeah.
A different kind of pen?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah? Different kind of penny. All right. Welcome, everybody. How are you doing? Welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation. Happy Friday, wherever you're tuned in. If it's late in the evening, if it's early morning, if it's afternoon for you, good day. Let me tell you what we shall be discussing today. It's our Health Friday conversation. City is still away. We told you yesterday he's taken a trip to Marsabit County. Do you know that's the largest county by landmass in this country?
Yeah, 77,000 kilometers square.
As in, hata mtu akisema ameenda Marsabit County, nikaa akisema ameenda which country? No, Rwanda is Kiambu, Burundi is Nairobi. This is going to
Tanzania.
It's huge, bwana.
It's huge.
Eish. Okay. So what we shall be having conversations on today, we'll start with the 7 a.m. There's a country called Norway, one of those Nordic countries up north, cold to the bone, but a developed country. It's in Western Europe. The foreign minister is in the country, and his name is Espen Barth Eide. He will be here with us. It's not Ida, Mama Ida. No. It's Ida, E-I-D-E.
Yeah, Ida.
Not Mama Ida.
Not that one.
Okay. His name is Espen Barth Eide. He will be here at 7 a.m. Part of his visit in the country yesterday, he had a public lecture at the UN. He's met several people. This evening, he starts his day at SpiceFM. He'll be here at 7 o'clock. And then he'll have meetings with other senior government officials later on. So you know what? He's got to talk to the people of Kenya. And he comes here. We'll talk about the Kenya-Norway relations. Many things to discuss, including Norway's stand on matters of global multilateralism, etc., etc. Norway and 3 other countries in Western Europe have formally recognized Palestine as a state. That one has not made Netanyahu a very happy man.
No. He's quite bitter about that. People who you thought were your friends. Yeah.
And so we'll ask the foreign minister 1 or 2 questions about that, about also the wars, those conflicts in these areas. He's been a former defense minister in his country. So, hiyo ni mambo ya sangapi?
Saa moja.
Saa moja za asubuhi. Masaa ya Afrika Mashariki na Kati. And then at 8 a.m., we are going to have a conversation on the challenges facing emergency response and disaster management in Nairobi. We'll be joined by the Chief Officer in charge of disaster management and coordination, Nairobi City County, Bramwell Simiyu. He comes in. He's been here before. He'll come in and we'll talk about disaster response and coordination. Okay? And then at 9 o'clock, we will have a conversation on food safety governance challenges. Today is World Food Safety Day. The status of food safety in Nairobi. Anthony Maina is the CEO and founder of an organization called Food Cloud. He'll tell us what that is. Kenneth Ayuko is the policy lead and executive director at Agrisk Research and Advisory. He'll also come and tell us what that is. And then we'll discuss food safety. Those conversations are what we'll be having today. It's a packed Friday, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Very busy.
So when we talk about food safety, that's our Health Friday conversation. By the way, don't get it twisted. Okay. Hiya. Tell us about weather. We are live streaming the show Kawaida Year 2 on YouTube and Facebook. And have we started TikTok? To answer TikTok soon. We are going to have, a cocktail to launch the breakfast. So, tell us about the weather.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. The weather with SpiceFM.
Cloudy conditions in Nairobi this morning, 15 degrees and highs of 25 and lows of 14 through Friday. We'll also see lows of 14 in a mostly clear Nakuru, going to highs of 26. 25 will be the high in a mostly cloudy Nyeri at 15, and into Eldoret, where it's clear at 12. We'll see highs of 25. Mombasa this morning is clear at 23 with highs of 21, and we'll see highs of 30 in a mostly clear Malindi at 26. Kisumu 19 and clear, highs of 29, and we're looking into a clear Kakamega at 17 with highs of 28 and lows of 16. It's a rainy morning in Kampala at 21, highs of 28, and Dar es Salaam is clear at 23 with highs of 32. Johannesburg this morning, clear at 3 degrees, highs of 13 today, and Mogadishu will be sunny through Friday with highs of 31 and lows of 26. It's 14 and sunny in Addis Ababa with highs of 26 and lows of 11. Looking into a mostly cloudy Lagos at 26 with highs of 29, and 31 will be the high in a partly cloudy Kinshasa at 21. 21 and rain showers Friday afternoon in Beijing. We'll see highs of 23 and lows of 15. Paris is cloudy at 8 degrees with highs of 22. And London at 11 is mostly cloudy, going to highs of 19. Thursday night in New York is partly cloudy at 22. Coming into Friday, we'll see highs of 28 and lows of 20.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM.
See who's online.
Okay, quite a number of people online this morning. Peter Kiari says, good morning, Team Mombasa to Kondani. A successful man is one who can lay a firm foundation with the bricks others have thrown at him. I like that. What a way to start the day. Tano Teka says, good morning, tuning from Rochester, Minnesota. Good morning, team. Kindly have someone from the GOK come and give us an update of the flood victims in terms of compensation.
He's coming.
As well as their welfare going forward.
He's coming, the Nairobi guy.
Today. Zeke, no Furahi Day, only good morning, good people. Why now?
Sawa.
Wakire Waku, so Raila and Gachagua are speaking the same language, says Agri Momanyi, and good morning, I say. Carol Nyambura is saying good morning, and she loves us all. Good morning to you, Carol. Penhea says good morning, tuned in from Kisi. Dominic Abuga is also tuned in this morning. Robin Bogo is in Mombasa and says good morning. So George Gashoiri says good morning, everybody. Wishing you all a great weekend ahead, and God bless. Oganye Malala is tuned in. TGIF tuned in as usual. Tuned in from Nairobi is Pan-African. Happy Friday, Team Spice. Gajoni. Is it Ganjoni or Gajoni?
Ganjoni.
Okay, I think you forgot an N. And he says, good morning. Enjoy your weekend. You deserve the rest. This week has been quite busy. It has. Richard Macchiari says, good morning. Tuned in from the US of A. Leo says, good morning. Hello, Princess Ndu, Eric, Ednah. The bots have been released to ask, if you don't own a car, why complain about motor vehicle tax? If you're not rich, why complain? In this most pro-poor bill. Good morning, great team. Clear in from Hargeisa, says James Minor. Happy Friday, Spice FM crew. Our sail is set for engaging discussions. Athi River tuned in, wishing everyone a safe and productive day ahead. Many people online this morning. Okay, let me just go through really quickly. Sally says good morning. Mashari and Jerry says good morning. And God, beautiful lady, is here. Monica Oile says hello. Tibbs Muga, we see you. Tibbs, you need to remind us what your full name is again. Desmond says Ndu Lafiff Ednah Saseni, love you all. Good morning to you. Joe Mongai is tuned in this morning. John Joe Kahato says good morning, listening in from my cave. You have a cave? Okay. Alex Vundi says, this is the day that the Lord has made. Jeffrey Mogaka says, good morning to Eric Nyabo. Okay. Happy Friday. Kim says, good morning. You're doing an amazing job. Thank you very much for tuning in every morning. Joseph Ondig is tuned in. Dr. Venvik is tuned in as well. Alvin Obambo says, good morning. Robinson Kisero is here as well. Milton Awiti is in Michigan. Margaret Wanjohi is tuned in. Eric says, good morning. Ellen Paul says, good morning. I had a dream, says Ellen, that the finance bill had passed. Was it a dream or a nightmare? Can we all pray this does not come to pass? Samuel Wainaina is tuned in this morning and is talking about the police. Jimmy Wekesa says, good morning. Comfort is the worst addiction and cheap ticket to depression. Good morning, Team Spice, says Evans Langat. Joseph is here. Ivan is here. Edwin is here. Obed Robert Nyawanchi also tuned in this morning. Tibbs says the full name is C. Dot. It's not so full. Dot Tiberius Mugendi. Woo! Good morning, everybody. And Ednah wants me to remember the people on Facebook. Eric Maronga says good morning. Matthew Kings is tuned in. Stanley, good morning from Mount Kilimanjaro. And Collins Kimtai Kipsat says good morning, everybody. Welcome.
Everybody. The final proverb from the Gambia. There are two proverbs.
Pick one, Baba.
No, this one is just a bit too obvious. So let's go with this one. If you stir up water in the pond, you will bring up the pond. If you stir up water in the pond, you'll bring up the pond. Is that practical?
It's true. It's true.
How so?
Wait, I mean, you're in the pond anyway, are you not? So where you go to look for something, there you will find it. I mean,
yeah, but is it practical? If you actually start up water in the pond, will you bring it?
The water will come up, yeah. Well, the water's already there.
Will you bring up the pond?
No, you bring up, in my opinion, you bring up water. But I guess the deeper meaning here is that...
If you start up water in the pond, what's going to happen?
The pond comes to life. Things come out. it could be things that are in the pond that come out. Fish, dust, whatever. Not dust, mud. Yeah, whatever lives in the pond. So the inhabitants of the pond would come up.
Okay.
Abi?
Okay.
Oh, okay. That's what I think.
Sawa.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you rile me up, if you stir me up, things that are in me would come out.
Chokoze uone.
Donna.
Sawa.
Kwanza sahi. Hey, I found my pen.
Okay.
Okay.
What's in the papers?
Why Raila Rigathi are pulling together. That's on the front page of the Standard. Azimio boss Raila Odinga and one of his bitterest critics, DP Rigathi Gachagua, are now backing the controversial one man, one vote, one shilling model of resource allocation that was flushed down the drain with BBI, with the opposition chief saying he's happy the deputy president has seen the light. God in heaven. This politics. Ukibeba kitu kwa roho, you will die. Utakufa. Thinking that things have gone one way, they're going in another direction. Agony after police bullet takes away a man's life.
What?
For days, Mathare has been crying for justice over demolition of their homes, but for one family, it is a double tragedy. They had not only lost their house, but also their kin, who was shot dead. Very sad story. Courts blow to Ruto's rule for state agencies. They wanted to privatize a couple of things, Abi, if I'm not right, if I'm not wrong. Court says, hang on. Doping slams the brakes on fast rising star. Let's see what that is. Party aspirants protest as UDA postpones polls. Why are they postponing? So they finish this thing, let's move on and do something else. So the aspirants are also feeling the way I'm feeling and saying, you know, can we just do this thing and get it over with? Hey. On the front page of The Nation, why Kenyans reject tax bill. The government has been warned of massive job losses and a major economic crisis should contentious proposals contained in the Finance Bill 2024 be passed into law. More than 500 groups appearing before MPs, including the church, have asked Parliament to do away with the punitive taxes, even as the businesses threatened to exit the Kenyan market. And a new opinion poll showed high-profile disapproval of the measures.
Well, where?
Everything, everywhere. Raila turns Gachagua into ally. That's also covered on the front page of The Nation. Unease in schools and colleges over cash delays. Capitation soon has not happened. And
to schools
has soon not happened. And schools are closing in 3 weeks.
Yeah.
And they're saying, you know what?
So no money has been sent this time?
No.
No.
Sinimi Nakusho. Money has not been sent this second term. Money was sent at the end of first term when schools had closed. Do you remember me sitting right here and telling you that schools are closing and it is this week that they want to send money? And how much did they send? 25%. Now, they want to send another 30%, and that is the shoon. We don't know when it is going to happen.
Sheesh.
Exactly. So there's unease, and we'll look at that as well. Top detective death, secretive ways, and sudden change in routine. We did see what is being called suicide of NIS officer, and the note that he left behind. The intrigues of this story are quite confusing in terms of what happened with him. On the back page of The Nation is the unease story about the delays in capitation.
Okay.
And while that is happening, apparently there need to be police reforms. And in order for the police reforms to take place, the state needs 108 billion shillings.
We need money.
Yeah.
Okay. The Business Daily, 800,000 get Hustler loans outside the system. The Hustler Fund issued 465 million loans to 465 million shillings worth of loans to 351,000 Kenyans who had not registered for the product, exposing flaws in the operation of the microcredit scheme targeted at the low-income groups. So, for you to get the Hustler loan, first you do 254 hash, you register.
Okay.
Then you get, okay? Now, this one is saying that some close to 500 million shillings was lent to close to 1 million people who had not registered.
I beg your pardon?
For Hustler Fund.
You can get a loan without registering for the same...
Have you registered? Have you ever taken Hustler Fund?
Me?
Do.
I'm not going to. I can't.
Just try.
I said I can't now.
Just try, then we see. Maybe you're one.
Oh, could be. I'm one of those
one of the 809,000.
Wait. Let's see.
Star 254 hash.
Star 254 hash. How do you spell star? I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm joking. Welcome to the financial inclusion platform. Please select Hustler Fund, Women Enterprise Fund, Hustler Groups. Which one am I selecting?
Fund.
Hustler Fund, number 1. Voila. Welcome to the Hustler Fund. Register. How do you register? You press 1.
Right.
By accepting the terms and conditions on blah, 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 you agree to your information being shared with the Hustler Fund.
Yes.
I say yes. Okay. Here we go. Enter M-Pesa PIN.
Yes.
What's my M-Pesa PIN?
Say it loud.
You're funny in the morning. Your registration request has been received. Please wait for a confirmation message with the amount you qualify for shortly.
Okay.
Dear customer, you must have registered your M-Pesa account with your national ID to use this service. Visit a Safaricom shop to update your details. I told you I'm not...
Very good. So,
yeah.
For you to access the Hustler Fund, you must first be registered.
Right.
And you must first register yourself, not be registered by someone else. However, Auditor General Nancy Gathungu has revealed that persons not listed with the fund got cash within the first 7 months of its operations, even as default has surged to cross 8.2 billion shillings by the end of June last year. It was observed that 808,047 persons were issued with initial loan disbursement amounting to 464 million shillings before they opted into the financial services or product. Ms. Gadongo reveals in a report on operations of the fund until June 2023. In the circumstances, it was not possible to confirm, turn the page to confirm if the loan disbursements made to various customers complied with the regulations and whether the loans were accurate and free from manipulation. That is what the Auditor General is saying. close to 500 million shillings was lent to these people. Now the next question would be, did these 809,351 repay their loans?
Exactly. And how would they hold them to repaying their loans if they're not registered on the platform that was going to guarantee that information?
Yes. They have a photo here on the front page of the Business Daily. Finance Bill 2024 rage. Activists demonstrate in Nairobi yesterday protesting the proposed taxation measures in the Finance Bill 2024. Experts and industry players have warned against implementing the fresh higher taxes, arguing they will increase the cost of doing business and further burden Kenyan households. And that photo is of two Kenyans who just captured the emotion. Ticker headlines. New taxes to make banking services unaffordable. UN wants tighter rules on wildlife trafficking and regulated fishing. Their wildlife or our wildlife? The US wants Kenya to tighten rules on environmental protection and conserving natural resources as negotiations for a new trade deal between the two nations intends. Are we negotiating to sell
I have
animals?
a problem with this patronizing attitude of the Americans. Okay. I'm sorry. Should I start?
No, maybe it's part of the deals.
It doesn't matter.
If Kenyan negotiators are not asking America to tighten its deals on money laundering and drug trafficking and all those things, si shauri yetu. Their negotiators are looking at everything and just ticking
in order
all the
for
boxes.
us to ink this deal, we're going to need you to.
We want to make sure that by the time you're fishing, your fish arrives on in our market, it has actually come through regulated
in
fishing.
a certain way.
Yes, we want to make sure that if we get beef products in the USA, it is not zebras. Right?
Okay.
So check your wildlife trafficking.
Okay.
Tumeona story nyingi kwa magazeti yenu, mnakulanga dongi, zebra, giraffe. You're just eating wild animals left, right, and center. We don't want those things to come here. That's what it means. Taxpayers pay 17 billion shillings KQ loans in 99 months. Taxpayers forked out 17.4 billion shillings in the 9 months to March this year to service a KQ loan that the government has now taken over. According to disclosures by the National Treasury, this is contained in the Supplementary Bill number 2. Not supplementary. What? That thing of budget.
Supplementary budget.
Supplementary, yes, supplementary. CBK bags 12 billion shillings interest lending state. The CBK will earn a total of 12.62 billion shillings in interest from emergency lending to the National Treasury. So the Central Bank of Kenya has lent money to the National Treasury. The National Treasury will pay the Central Bank of Kenya the money with interest. The interest will be 12 billion shillings. National Treasury wametoa wapi pesa? Si ni pesa yetu.
Ilikuwa tu wapi?
So inaikiana kwa Central Bank, ni pesa inakuwa pesa ya nani?
I wonder.
Kisungu ni mingi. The Star, top right hand corner today is burnt brown. Top right hand corner in burnt brown. Siasa. A new dawn for US African cooperation after Ruto visits. That's what they're focusing on.
New dawn?
In the new dawn.
All right.
Siasa. And then they have the smaller headlines. Yes, scramble for resources. Raila backs Limuru 3, 1 man, 1 shilling push. Grim statistics. More boys than girls are dropping out of primary school. Up in turmoil. I'm still in control, says Malala after claims of clipped powers in Uda. And then bang in the middle of the paper, estimates billions set aside for hiring medical interns, student loans, junior schools. Winners and losers in Ruto's new budget. MPs declined requests amounting to 306 billion shillings from ministries, departments and agencies. Did that reduce the budget? It didn't. They were just declining. They took that money to where? CDF. Higher. Today is Friday. There's a Nairobian. Let me just give you the headline in the Nairobi and then you tell us about traffic.
Okay.
They have a center spread story on page 22 and 23. The rise of Ben 10. This is why we love, date and marry rich mumamas. 2 pages of people just saying why they love to date and to marry rich mumamas. Page 14, Mama Mboga's safe handling of produce. They're focusing on World Food Safety Day here. And then there's Bang Forest. Angas officers raid Gwasi Hills and destroy 50 acres of weed. 50 acres of Bang
in burnt forest.
Gwasi Hills.
Wow.
Budget iko high. Hustler pushed to the wall. Ruto set to raise taxes on wheelbarrow and wheelchair tires. Imagine. Wheelbarrow tire inapanda bei more than double. Kale katairi ka wheelbarrow. That thing does not even get a puncture. And wheelchair. Now this is the one. Wheelchair tires. That means the cost of wheelchairs goes up.
I'm sorry, but okay.
Wacha tu nikwambie. In the court, Mama Mboga's hand broken over Omena debt. And then the main headline in the Nairobian this week, killer balconies. These spaces, the balconies, have become death traps for love triangle victims. Shock of lovers plunging to death. Alarming rise in mysterious deaths and suspected murders involving young women falling off balconies is being reported almost every week. Vince Juma, a 22-year-old woman who fell from a building in Kisumu City, adds to the worrying numbers. This covered in pages 4 and 5. Basically, the number of young women who are just being reported dead. What happened? There's a balcony involved. It's on the rise.
Throw somebody off a balcony seems to be really easy.
It's 24 minutes to 7. Let's see what's happening on the roads.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
All right, so traffic has built up on Kangundo Road. We're still seeing that in both directions, heading towards Outer Ring. And then at that junction, there's some traffic in heading out towards the Thika Superhighway, which, by the way, there's traffic right around Survey heading through towards the fork in the road that leads towards Wangari Maathai or Muranga Road. Okay, so that's happening there. There's also traffic that started to build up on Kiambu Road, so that's really busy. At the junction then comes in from Naivasha Road and Ngong Road. There's a little bit of traffic there as you're trying to get ahead onto Ngong Road and out towards the mortuary roundabout. As you come off of Mombasa Road, we're not going to have too much of an issue. Slight traffic right around Cabanas, and that's all coming in from the general greater area. The Eastern Bypass is looking all right for now. We know that's going to pack up later, so we're going to keep an eye on things, and hopefully folks can get out of the drama before it builds. Let's see what happens as we get into traffic hour this morning. We'll talk on SpiceFM, KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
All right, on page 12 of The Nation today, there's a story of the daunting task of identifying bodies of Shakahola victims. Now, we know that the exhumation has gotten into stage 5, and so far, 50 new graves have then been earmarked for exhumation, and 7 bodies have so far been found, but those 7 that were found were all skeletal matter. So that means that decomposition had already occurred, and then the identification of these bodies is going to, or of these remains, is going to be even it's going to be even more difficult. Why are they calling it a daunting task? The rising number of bodies exhumed from Shakahola Forest in Kilifi County have left the government on the horns of a dilemma amid revelations that the identification of recent victims could prove to be more challenging. Human rights activists have urged the government to enlist the help of international experts in conducting DNA tests. Wednesday, the total number of bodies belonging to victims believed to have been followers of the Doomsday cult linked to controversial preacher Paul Mackenzie, who, by the way, is still in remand, reached 446. So that number of 7 now rose to 17. More bodies recovered in the 5th phase that started Monday. The government has suspended the exhumations till Tuesday next week. We don't know why. Confidential source within the multi-agency team that is involved in the investigation said the process of matching DNA samples might be more complicated this time, considering the advanced stage of decomposition. Most of the remains recovered Wednesday were skeletons, an indication that the bodies were buried there more than 2 years ago. According to the source, the challenge of DNA profiling has also been witnessed in the initial stages where only 32 out of 429 bodies were positively identified by March, leaving 397 unidentified. As the bodies were being released periodically, some families who believed that their loved ones were among those who lost their lives were agitated, understandably, after being informed that the DNA samples that they provided did not match any of the over 400 bodies. Do you understand? Families brought DNA samples. They did some kind of testing. The samples did not match any of the 400 bodies. What does that mean? That there's a high possibility that a high number of bodies are still buried within Shakahola and they've not been found. And that the 400 that have been found belong to families of whom they've not come forward. Do you see? It's crazy. So now that explains that list that the Red Cross had of 639 here. Of the 400 there was no match. That means it's very possible that 300 plus families, loved ones, are still buried in there and they've not been exhumed.
And the government has been doing this like so slowly. They take that
We started on Monday, we did until Wednesday. We said, okay, we'll come back on Tuesday. Continue.
So they did Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and then stopped.
Yeah.
And the reason here is?
We'll continue on
It's
Tuesday.
too hot.
We'll continue on Tuesday.
Why? We don't have shovels. What is it?
We have other things we also
No manpower. What is it?
We all have other things we're also doing.
Which is? They'll resume on Tuesday.
Yeah.
So in the meantime, what will they be doing? Identifying those? What?
There's nothing happening. There's nothing happening. When this thing started, what did we say? This is going to be a whole exercise. This will happen. Resources will be spent. Families will be in agony and turmoil for months and months and months. There will be those whose bodies are found, but they will not be identified. Families will camp in Malindi, camp in Kilifi for months to try and find out where their loved ones are. And we're going to take it easy. We'll exhume stage 5. Meanwhile, decided the 50 graves that have been earmarked for exhumation, they have not finished though. But we'll come back on Tuesday. I'm telling you, whatever is happening in Shakahola, we've just scratched the surface in terms of recovery of bodies. Just scratched the surface. And remember, Eric, the court case is contingent on evidence that is being retrieved from this burial ground. That there are charges that are being leveled against 98 individuals, right? And a charge is going to have a threshold of evidence. Now, the majority of the threshold of that evidence rests in Shakahola. Any lawyer worth their salt will say, how are you starting this case, or how are you leveling this against my client when you're still digging up the place?
But so what's going on here?
One must ask.
What's going on? What's the government actually doing in Shakahola? With Shakahola?
I think those are two different questions. I don't think you can say or, Eric. What's the government doing with, and what is the government doing in? What? One has to ask, what's happening here? Is this being done just to appease social expectation? That, okay, yeah, well, we've got to find out what's going on. Let's just dig. We've been digging for a year, man. A year and 4 months. This digging has been happening. A year and 4 months. It's just.
And so we have bodies piled up. We have not gone into identification of these bodies. How many were handed over to families the other day? Were they 6 bodies or 8? Very small number, right?
Yeah, very small number. A very small. It was. Wait, I'll get the number for you. That were identified.
And then hundreds of bodies remain unidentified.
379 bodies, because of their decomposition, have been packed into a 40-foot container that ordinarily should be able to carry 30 bodies. Because why? The government of Kilifi said, we are wasting a lot of power keeping these bodies here. No, Well, we'll take them to KNH. So they said, okay, let us freeze the bodies in this container using gas. That's what they're doing now. Now we know that those bodies cannot IB. We know that the identification process is an issue. You don't even know who they are.
But why is it an issue?
Because
in this age of DNA.
Didn't you hear what the recommendation was?
What?
If you can't do it, then bring international DNA experts to come and help you. If you know you can't do it, you don't have the capacity, you have partners all over the place. Bring them to help you. I'm sorry, but it is a very
We're talking about hundreds of bodies, more than 500 bodies. People, not bodies.
People.
500 people.
Family members.
Who were buried on a piece of land.
Loved ones, loved by someone. Buried somewhere in a piece of land, and we're just taking
this goes beyond Mackenzie.
Mm.
This one? It goes beyond Mackenzie.
This is a big issue, and we've just glossed over it like, yeah, okay, whatever. Remember when people started shouting, this is terrorism, this is a crime scene, this is genocide, and people must pay. They must, we will bring everything. Okay.
The Nation have a cover feature today. In the name of culture, deeply entrenched cultural beliefs and practices in this Marsabit community view a girl's periods as taboo, leading many girls, some as young as 13, to see pregnancy as a way to stop their menstrual cycles. This is the Dasanach, where teen girls seek pregnancy to escape period shame. And the writer of this story is Ngena Kirori. She went to Marsabit, she went to Dasanach, she went to this Manyata in Eldoret village, Marsabit County, where she met with 17-year-old Mina is 7 months pregnant, the result of a marriage to a 17-year-old boy last year. She was married to a 17-year-old boy. The baby she carries was conceived to conceal the shame Mina says she felt every month before her pregnancy. As they enter the Manyata home in Eldoret village, Marsabit County, Mina sways rhythmically, folding cowhides to wear when the sun sets. She sits on a woven mat, boiling beans over a crackling fire that fills the heart with smoky scents. In an instant, she transforms from a young girl into the woman of the house. After gaining consent from Mina and her mother, Ngena Kirori interviews her through a translator, as she only speaks in Dasanach. When we approach the topic of menstrual cycles, she recoils but agrees to proceed. She says, I approached my now husband. I chose to marry because I saw my peers getting married after the traditional ceremony where a goat is slaughtered when a girl gets her period. I was embarrassed when I first got my period, so immediately after our wedding, I got pregnant to stop my blood flow. She reveals. While the age gap between the girl and their husband is often wide, in most communities that practice child marriage, Mina's husband at 17 is still legally a child. She says, when I turned 13, I had to use bundled pieces of cloth during my menstrual cycle. Many peers told me pregnancy would stop this nonsense. Okay, no, she didn't say nonsense. Would stop my periods. When asked if discussing periods is embarrassing, she nods shyly. For the past 7 months, I've been happy not to think about my periods or the cramps. NGOs bring menstrual hygiene products like sanitary towels, but I don't use them because I don't understand them, and it's embarrassing to keep them in the house. Hey.
This worries me because even after the pregnancy period, you have the baby, but it's gonna.
She will get periods again, so she will be looking for another pregnancy.
So they're going to spend a lot of their time pregnant.
Yep.
This is beyond.
We are talking about 13-year-olds.
Oh my goodness.
As soon as a girl starts getting her periods, it goes into period shame, into, okay, so this thing, so they don't have access to sanitary pads, they don't have clear access, so the only thing that her peers tell her, you know what, if you want to stop having the period cramps and all, mimba inasaidia. In this day and age, in 2024, with the national and county government in place.
with advocacy groups that say they've been working all over this place for all this time. There are very many who've been doing this work, supposedly. How do we have a situation whereby clearly this is misinformation completely? Totally.
Listen to this one. There's an old man who's giving his here. He says, to find out more about period shaming in the community, the writers of this story seek the Dasanach men's perspective on menstrual taboo. Our translator seems uncomfortable as she asks the questions on our behalf. We first speak to Khadija's husband, 19-year-old Iranyi Nyameto. The husband is 19.
He's a child.
It's an embarrassing topic for everyone. Culture has taught our women to be secretive. They don't speak about it or any of its symptoms. I, however, don't understand why that should be hidden from a husband. I was taught it's taboo to ask a woman how she's coping with her menses, so I don't ask. Okay? He says, I hear NGOs bring sanitary towels and other menstrual hygiene items, yet many women are ashamed to use them because it's humiliating for a husband to find them in his house.
No.
So they're brought up to know that, you keep your period, you keep it hidden from the men, from the community. So you're married, you want to keep it hidden from your husband. So you're given these sanitary towels, you want to keep them hidden from your husband. So you end up now not using them because you do not want your husband to come across them at any point. So you like that.
Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
Shem Nyakutu, the secretary at the Directorate of Children's Services, highlights efforts to address menstrual health education and child marriages in the country. Many young girls decline to attend class due to shame associated with their menstrual cycles. We are partnering with UNICEF to demystify this topic, teaching girls and boys that menstruation is normal and natural. He emphasizes the illegality of child marriage. It's illegal to marry someone under 18. That's the law. However, we find these harmful cultural practices occurring in different areas, which we aim to sensitize the public about so they understand it's a crime and not a civil issue. If you approach it from this angle of crime, you're just taking it underground. I feel these things you need to understand. So what is happening? This is how this community has dealt with this matter. So go ahead and just have conversations with both men and women.
Absolutely.
If you're starting this in school at a very early age and teaching both boys and girls that periods, this is what it is, this is what they are.
It sounds like a biological education conversation that needs to be had. It's clearly it's lack of
very
information
early
and knowledge.
And continuously do it so that by the time this 19-year-old is being asked by a girl, please marry me, he already knows about periods. He himself. And can talk openly to the girl about periods. So the girl stops feeling the period shame and says, okay, so...
There is misinformation here.
Hey.
There is no biological conversation that has taken place. And for you to understand from a male and female perspective exactly what happens and why a period happens in the first place and its relation to pregnancy, then you would understand. We had a conversation about fistula 2 weeks ago. Look at what is happening. And these areas that we speak about, fistula is prevalent in these areas as well. Can we see the connection?
It's clear. It's clear. Because by the time a 13-year-old girl is... Because we see a lot of this fistula happens because of these things. One, it's this 13-year-old girl carrying a baby.
Yeah.
Two, she has no access to a health facility. So she's going to try and give birth at home. So what's going to happen? Rupture.
There it is. There it is.
And then she'll now live with periods and fistula.
No.
Where she's leaking. Let's say she's leaking. Just, my goodness. Na tuko na serikali Kenya, si ndio?
Yeah. And we have advocacy groups who are taking funding in the millions of dollars every year.
Day out. And talking about these things and saying, capacity building in our communities and advocacy for policy and
monitoring and evaluation. Buzzwords that we use. Buzz kill.
Yeah.
That's where we are.
The Dasanach community is doing. This is what's happening in Dasanach.
Today. While that's happening, there's unease in schools and colleges over delayed capitation. This is important. It must be told. With only 3 weeks left to the end of the current financial year, the government has not remitted billions of shillings meant for various education programs, a situation that complicates the operations and delivery of services in the sector. My God, I'm just... how many things can go wrong at the same time?
Everything.
My God in heaven.
Whatever will go wrong, will go wrong.
The delays affect secondary schools as well as colleges offering technical and vocational education training, as well as universities. Only primary schools have received the expected amount. So, however, Education Cabinet Secretary Mashogu yesterday, gave figures of the unremitted money that contradicts what administrators of the institutions claim to have received. If you've received something, you'll see it, won't you? We've so far given schools 50% of the capitation. No, they haven't. Sorry. And this term, we're giving another 30%. And in third term, we'll give the remaining 20%. But the thing is, that's not for this year. Okay? I'm sure you've given it, but that's not for this year. We don't have any problem in universities, and moving forward, before the end of the year, we'll release some more money. Before the end of the year, we're in June. Okay, no. Before the end of the financial year is probably what he's speaking of. We hope. Mashogu said yesterday at the Kenya School of Government in Kabete that he launched the 2023-2027 National Education Sector Strategic Plan. The CEO of the Higher Education Loans Board, Charles Ringera, told the National Assembly Committee on Education Tuesday that the higher education subsector is owed 29 billion shillings in unremitted funding in the current financial year that comes to an end in 3 weeks. He said Higher Education Principal Secretary Beatrice Inyangala is following up the matter with the National Treasury. Remember that she had said previously that even this help we're not giving because we don't have money. So the university's fund is yet to receive money, 16.5 billion shillings, and 7.9 billion of that is supposed to go towards scholarships. According to the Good PS, the delays in disbursement of scholarship and loans funds have significantly impacted operations in higher education learning institutions, causing disruption and financial strain. So they're saying this is an issue. The chair of the Kenya Secondary Schools Heads Association, Willie Kuria, also disputed Mr. Mashogu's assertion that schools received 50% of capitation in first term. They did not. The Ministry of Education dispersed capitation in 3 tranches that's how they usually disperse, 50% and then 30% and then 20%. It is not 50%. It was slightly over 8,000 per student. And remember that capitation right now at 22,000 minus the 5,000 that they remove stands at 17,000. So if they receive 8%, that is not 50%. I mean 8,000, that is not 50%. So it's just back and forth. It's a mess. At the end of the day, money has not been sent to schools. Parents having to fork out a little bit more from their pockets. And education is just not going the way it ought to at the moment. It's not a pretty picture. And Mashogu holds the brush, whether you like it or not.
Oh, yeah.
Whether you like it or not.
This is it.
Yeah.
It just goes in there and look at the amount of money that's earmarked for education every year, and then you look at the starts and stops. It's like we are forcefully converting education into a private sector thingy.
Because what's going to happen?
We are privatizing education by force.
By force.
Because you're looking at this and you're seeing, so you take your child to school, the child is not getting quality education, so what do? You look for the nearest alternative, and that will be the nearest private institution. It doesn't mean it's high cost.
No.
It just means that somebody else has noticed people are not happy. And they've started their own school, and those schools are filled up with children, and they're charging a fee. And yet, we are still allocating millions of shillings, billions of shillings to education.
In the budget?
In basic education, there's a lot of money being spent on basic education. And what's the quality? Is this what we're talking about? Is this the quality of education that we are paying for as taxpayers every year?
I have a quick question. I know you're going to break. When you budget a certain amount, however many billions for the education sector, and that money doesn't actually go to where it's supposed to go, do you say that we were below budget, we did not meet our budget obligation? What happens to that money?
It's spent.
But not in school.
It will eventually go to something school, but by the time it's getting there, there's so much confusion that the money basically just gets lost. It's a conversation that we must have. What are we doing with our basic services, education, health. What are we doing with those? Kenya's biggest conversation. Keep it here. In the next hour, we're going to have a conversation with the visiting foreign minister from Norway. He'll be joining us in the studio shortly. Good morning, 7 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is Newsweb Dennis Aseto. Parliament has approved a 4.006 trillion shillings budget, the highest ever in Kenya's history. The National Assembly's Budget and Appropriations Committee Chair Ndindi Nyoro says the figure was a climb down from the initial budget policy statement. In the 2024-2025 approved budget, the Office of the President will receive 5.1 billion shillings, while the Deputy President's Office has been allocated 4.8 billion shillings. Thousands of parents with young children in the country can now breathe a sigh of relief after 8 million life-saving vaccines arrived in the country after a 2-month wait. Medical Services Principal Secretary Harry Kimtai, who received the consignment at the Kenya Central Vaccine Store in Kitengela, said the government used 1.25 billion shillings to acquire the vaccines, which will be adequate to address the shortage and ensure the country has enough stocks. Kimtai said the vaccines will be distributed across the country over the weekend and that all facilities will be stocked by Monday. Stakeholders from counties that grow miraa and mugoka now want President William Ruto to intervene in resolving the stalemate in the coastal region that poses an economic challenge in the wake of the ban on mugoka business. The stakeholders from Embu, Meru and Kirinyaga counties say the application of different standards in the taxation, levies and handling of miraa from other crops sets a bad precedent and paves way for constitutional abuse. In their 6-point resolutions read by Governor Cecily Mbarire after a successful consultative meeting held in Machakos County, the group wants miraa and mugoka traders arrested and released immediately and conditionally. Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua has insisted that he will continue to unite Kenyans, further rejecting claims that he is promoting tribalism. The Deputy President has said that it is the responsibility of the leaders to unite Kenyans, starting from the community where they come from.
Much as we are working on the economy bottom up, the unity of Kenya is also bottom up. You start from the family, extended family, the village, the sublocation, the location, the division, the sub-county, the county, the region, and then Kenya. When we say so, people say these are tribalists. Everybody comes from somewhere. And people who talk one language have certain things that are peculiar to them. And people who share a tongue need to share their thoughts using the same tongue. Then they go and join the rest and talk about Kenya. So please never be distracted.
Gachagua said he will continue to cooperate with the president to achieve the plans they had to serve Kenyans. He was speaking when he attended the launch of Bahati's reality show, The Bahati's Empire. A secondary school teacher in Nyamira employed under Board of Management was found dead in a suspected case of death by suicide. Area Assistant Chief Johnson Manyara identified the deceased as Kembina Mwenga, a teacher of chemistry and mathematics at Nyamira Boys Secondary School. According to some of the teachers, Mwenga, an aviator betting game enthusiast, was deep in debt and had borrowed money even from colleagues alleged to be in the tune of 50,000 shillings, part of which he may have lost playing aviator. Nyamira Boys School Principal George Onkundi said the deceased was seen near the school Wednesday but didn't report to work. For the field and the Sudanese paramilitary rapid support forces have attacked a village in Al Jazeera state, killing more than 100 people. A local pro-democracy activist said the army did not respond to pleas for help. The top United Nations official in Sudan called for an investigation into the incident in Wad al-Nura village in central Sudan. And Athletics Kenya said they were keen not to break any anti-doping rules as the federation prepares to select its athletes to represent the country at the Paris Olympic Games set for next month. AK Vice President Paul Mutui said they have invited over 250 athletes to the trials slated for June 14th to 15th at Nyayo National Stadium, led by Africa's fastest man Ferdinand Omanyala, double world record holder Faith Kipyegon and world 800 meters champion Mary Moraa. Mutui, who is also the AK's director of competitions, added that the federation would abide by the anti-doping rules set for the category A countries where Kenya falls. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseta. Good morning.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
All right, busy Friday morning. What's happening where you are right about now? Let's take a look coming off the Thika Superhighway where traffic had come through to survey, and that was still pretty busy. Actually, not too bad. Just getting to beyond that junction, coming in from Garden City, there's traffic then heading out towards Murang'a Road. Let's take a look at the Globe Cinema roundabout, and there's some traffic already starting to build up there. As you get into the city, it's also busy on Jogoo Road, heading out towards Landis and then on towards Kamkunji. Kankundo Road was busy from the jump, still continuing with traffic, then touching a little bit on Outer Ring. And then also, traffic coming off the Eastern Bypass is starting to pile, and we'll see some of that going towards North Airport Road and then going towards Outer Ring. I think apart from that, we'll be all right. On Gong Road, it's also starting to build as you get into the city. See what happens this Friday morning, a few minutes after 7. Let's see what happens as we get into traffic hour later. We will talk on SpiceFM, KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Lafiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
7 minutes after 7. How are you doing? Welcome to 7 minutes after 7 on the 7th day of June.
Oh, there you go.
2024. Kenya's biggest conversation gets into the second hour. We're live on SpiceFM, KTN Home, YouTube, Facebook, X. We're soon going to be live as well on TikTok. Kenya Revenue Authority likes to remind you that the 30th of June is fast approaching. We're already 7 days into June. And when you get to the 30th of June, the tax amnesty program expires. So if you don't take advantage of it within the next 23 days, my friend, don't say we didn't warn you. How should one get in touch with KRA on this?
Well, so what you can do is log on to the website, www.kra.go.ke, and then you go to iTax. iTax then leads you to the Debt and Enforcement tab. Under that, then, is the amnesty application. You can make the application, follow the 5 steps after that, and voila, you'll be on your way. If you're not comfortable doing all this, just pick up the phone and call. Somebody will be on the other end of the line to talk to you. That number is 0711 099 999.
0711 099 999.
Yep.
It's a weekend, it's coming up, and you may be planning to host. So yeah, you have people coming in, and then you're going to be serving them breakfast, some sausages, some bacon. Think about bacon, right?
Think bacon.
Think bacon. When we say Ken Chick, and they say Tukona beef, that's what they mean. They have actually now become Ken Beef by Ken Chick. There's Ken Chick, and then there's Ken Beef by Ken Chick. And what Ken Beef is all about is beef products. So sausages, bacon, burger patties, boerewors.
Well done.
I got it, eh?
Yeah.
Mincemeat. So if you're hosting this weekend, go to your nearest supermarket and buy Ken Beef by Ken Chick. For the next 50 minutes or so, we're going to have a conversation with our guest in the studio, the visiting Foreign Affairs Minister for Norway, Espen Barth Eide. Good morning, Foreign
Good
Minister.
morning, Eric. It's great to be on SpiceFM.
This is the hot seat of the Situation Room. How does it feel?
It feels I'm honored to be here, and I'm looking forward to our conversation.
We've upped the temperature, to match you.
Thank you.
Normally we make this room very, very hot, but today, just so we make it a comfortable temperature, we've brought the temperature down to about 3 degrees, which is pretty hot, knowing that your room temperature is usually -5 in Norway.
Yeah.
So it's very cold for us, but I'm sure it's warm enough for you.
It's fine, thank
Karibu
you.
sana. Our colleague CT Muga would normally be seated there, but he's traveled out of town today. He always goes to one African country every week. He mines proverbs from that country. He's a researcher. Then he comes and gives us a proverb a day from that country. And the job of a guest is to listen to the proverb and give us their interpretation of the proverb. He left me with that assignment. This week, the proverbs are from the Gambia in West Africa. Have you been to the Gambia?
I have actually been to the Gambia many years ago, yes.
Many years? How do you like it? How do you like Banjul?
I remember Banjul. I was there as a very young boy, actually. So it was very different from today. It was a calm, pleasant place at the time.
Different from what
I
it
was
is
actually on my way to Guinea-Bissau, which I visited with my parents just after independence. So we went to see Luis Cabral, who was the brother of Amilcar Cabral, the great leader of resistance in Guinea-Bissau. So Banjul was on the way there, actually.
You're right. So the proverb for today from the Gambia: if you stir up water in the pond, you will bring up the pond. If you stir up water in the pond, you will bring up the pond.
You will bring up the pond.
Yes.
So maybe it means that you should treat water carefully and remember what kind of a resource it is, and not something to be wasted. It's something for animals and for people to drink, and not to waste. That would be my immediate interpretation.
It was a very direct one. What do you think the deeper meaning would be?
That needs some deeper reflection. What do you think, Eric?
I don't know.
Yeah.
If you start up the waters in the pond, you bring up the pond. Let's just look at it from the context of what, for example, you have done, the foreign minister for Norway. Norway and other Western European countries have stirred up the pond in the matter of Palestine.
Yes.
You have formally recognized
We have formally recognized Palestine, one of the first European countries to do that. It should be said most of the world recognized Palestine many, many years ago. So you would say maybe that's not news, but many of the Western European countries did not. We have been working Norway through the Oslo Accords for decades, dreaming of the day we can actually recognize Palestine, but we used to think that that would happen at the end of a negotiated process. And then we decided maybe we could use it as impulse into what is now going on, because we have a horrible situation in Gaza, as we all know. 37,000 people killed, 80,000 mutilated, maimed by war, but everyone affected by either by famine or by water shortage, by diseases. We have trouble also in the West Bank, the other part of Palestine, and in Israel proper. People are afraid of terrorism. So this is a cycle of violence, and we want to get out of that and re-establish the hope of a two-state solution, one Palestine, one Israel, and that's why we did it. And thankfully, other European countries are coming along, taking our cue.
Why did you decide to do it now?
Well, we decided to do it now because we always knew it was the right thing to do, but we were looking for the right moment to do it. Over the last months, I've been working with a number of Arab and OIC, the Islamic Cooperation countries, but also some other like-minded European countries, to try to form an alternative path where we could have peace in the Middle East embedded in the broader region. And there's an Arab peace initiative, which I'm quite supportive of, saying that you could trade a Palestinian state, an irreversible path to a Palestinian statehood, with normalization of relations between key Arab states like Saudi Arabia and Israel, strengthen the Palestine Authority, the proto-state that is already there, weaken other armed groups, and put all this into a package. And that's what we're working on. And I have some hope that if we now get to a ceasefire, which of course is the immediate imperative, we can use that momentum to move forward on the path to a two-state solution. I could, but will not, but I could give you a long lecture why this is difficult. It's just that the lecture on the other alternatives is even longer and more difficult. So I keep optimistic that out of this horrible mess, this tragedy of Gaza, we can actually see a new path towards a Palestinian state. And that's the moment we chose to recognize, together with Ireland and Spain. And then soon after, Slovenia followed, a small European country, but a member of the Security Council. And more are coming along in the coming weeks, I believe.
Obviously seen as something that could bring about a double outcome, whereby on one side the recognition of a state that has been contention for decades then could come about, but at the same time that we would possibly see an end to a lot of the catastrophe that we've seen. So it was one idea that could bring about a double result across board that was acceptable by many.
So, I mean, more and more people around the world understand that there is no real lasting solution, but for the one with the two states, because Israelis want to have a Jewish state and they also want to have a democratic state. And if you look at the area between the river and the sea, as they say, that area now has around 7 million Israeli Jews and 7 million Palestinians. So over time, the composition would move towards probably more Palestinians. And then if Israel want to remain Jewish and democratic with equal rights and avoid sort of double standards, it would be better for Israel to have their state and allow the Palestinians to have their state and then live peacefully together. Of course, there are a lot of work to be done before you get there, but I remain committed to working in that direction, and I see more and more people understanding that, you know, you should not only stop the war. I mean, obviously, stopping the war is the first thing you need to do, and there's nothing more important than ending all the killing. But even that is not a solution, because the situation before the Hamas terror attacks on the 7th of October and the subsequent extreme response from Israel was not a stable situation either. So just to go back to the 6th of October, metaphorically speaking, is not a stable solution. And this is why we think this is important. And I should say, speaking about this here in Nairobi, this issue might seem like an issue for the Middle East, but it's actually become a global issue. The whole world cares. People really see in this fight or in this contest between the idea of a Palestinian state, between the moderate Palestinians in Fatah and PLO and the more violent groups in Hamas and the internal discourse in Israel about where the country is heading. This has become much more than itself, because it's kind of symbolic to the world. And in that sense also it was important for us, Norway, to be on the side of those who say we cannot have double standards. You know, human rights are for everybody. Humanitarian law is for everybody. International law are for all countries. And if we do not apply them equally, the rules will eventually wither away and people will stop believing in them.
Indeed. And states being sovereign and all playing on this global arena, then there is the option to then make your stand available to the world. How does all of this play with Norwegian foreign policy, and what has been the foreign policy of Norway when it comes to things like this, whether it is with the Israel-Palestinian issue, whether it is with Somalia border, which, you know, there are questions coming around from this side of the pond. What's the foreign policy when it deals with conflict areas?
So we have a long tradition as Norway and Norwegian foreign policy to engage in peace building, supporting initiatives for compromise, for solutions, for peace, for involvement of the groups that are typically forgotten, civil society, women's groups, and so on, and also dealing with exactly the the conflicts that you mentioned, and many of them are, in this neighborhood. We have a very complicated situation in the Horn of Africa, with Somalia and internal developments in Somalia and its neighborhood in the center. We have a total collapse in Sudan, which is maybe the most dramatic humanitarian situation anywhere on the planet right now. Forgotten by many, probably not here, but in the sort of the world media speaks not much about this, even if we see massacres. Even yesterday there was another major massacre in Sudan. South Sudan, which was already difficult, does not get any easier with what's happening in Sudan, and refugees now coming out of Sudan down to South Sudan or westwards to Chad. So this is an area which really has its own plate of problems, and Norway is engaged, and I should say, working closely with Kenya and Kenyan authorities in trying to facilitate dialogue, to improve humanitarian access, and to look for solutions also for these problems. And I said in a lecture yesterday to the University of Nairobi that stable countries like Kenya and Norway, we are much better off if our neighborhood is stable. It's not enough just to keep order in your own country. I mean, that's a good start. But you also, the economy, society is much better here if we are able to deal with conflicts in the neighborhood. And in my neighborhood, we have the war in Ukraine. Yep. We border on Russia. Russia, tragically, is on the wrong side of that equation. Here, you have an island of stability, but with a lot of challenges around you. And what I very much like about the Kenya-Norwegian cooperation is that we are countries who actually believe that rules should be equally applied. So I care about Gaza, I care about Sudan and Somalia, and I think we need to see that human rights and international law applies to everybody. Kenya takes an interest in Ukraine and has been firm in saying that Russian invasion was wrong. And that means that we actually believe in the UN Charter across the board, and that's a good thing. Not everybody can say that.
And the application of the same standard across the board.
Same standard.
When it comes to international law. So
this is essential, Eric, because if you allow for double standards, if you treat norms as a menu that you can choose from when it suits you, or as Groucho Marx said, that these are our principles, but if you don't like them, we have others. If you take that approach to international affairs, the outcome will be that people say, I don't believe in your rules anyway. So in the end, you have no rules because you don't apply them when they matter. So the alternative is to say these rules were meant to be followed. Human rights, all human beings are equal, and their human rights should be respected throughout, regardless of where they were born. International law among countries is equal. All states, big and small, are entitled to protection under international law. And there are rules of warfare which should also be respected across the board. And I think this is really the quest of our times, to reignite a sense that these are universal principles.
How do you do that in this day and age where, for example, Western countries are almost unanimously united on the conflict in Ukraine and saying that international law has been broken and Russia has a responsibility for this. But when it comes to the Gaza conflict, there's sort of like lack of unanimity on whether international law has been broken, whether there's a need to pursue justice, who's responsible entirely for this. Who do you think is entirely responsible for what's happening in Gaza? There's been pursuit for justice for the people of Gaza and placing responsibility on the state of Israel. Do you think that is a good position?
I mean, I'm not sure what the question was, because if you ask whether we should put responsibility on Israel, the answer is yes. But you mean what many Western countries did not, or at least they took way too long to say that. And let me just retract 1 second. Russia attacked a sovereign country, Ukraine. It's a blatant violation of international law. There's no doubt about it. It's really the rule number 1 in the rule book is don't occupy other countries, don't invade other countries. Clear violation. The critique is absolutely correct. Okay. When we came to, the 7th of October was a terror attack against Israel. So Israel, as Kenya and Norway, of course, are entitled to defend themselves against terror. However, any use of military means has to be within the remits, within the limitations of what we call international humanitarian law, which are the rules of warfare. And they say basically that you should distinguish between soldiers and civilians, fighters and civilians, and you should have a proportional response. Now, Israel's response has not been proportional, and it has not sufficiently distinguished between civilians and fighters. So we've been arguing that they have been violating international humanitarian law. And saying that, in my view, means that we do apply principles equally, but I very much agree with the critique of many of my Western friends that they have not, at least not early, they became better over time, but in the beginning it took way too much time because Israel was seen as a Western ally. And then came exactly the problem that we were discussing, that there was a sense here in Africa, in the Arab world, Latin America, Asia, and many Europeans as well, saying, how come we are not applying the same rules? And in our countries in Europe, we have large populations who identify with the Palestinians. They might be Palestinians or from neighboring countries, or more indirectly feel that they identify with that side, who also feel that this means that you don't take us sufficiently seriously either. It's not only the Palestinians in Palestine, but it's double standard. So this has really weakened the image of the West. And together with some other European countries, we're trying to fix that by being clear that, as I said, rules are rules and they apply equally across the board.
Do you think these applications are also affecting the image of the United Nations?
Indeed. And
how so?
It worries me.
What then should be done on this? I mean, the United Nations and the application of international law and rules and equality, when it comes to a certain matter, you'll find that some permanent member will put a veto on a certain issue. Another member will put another veto on another issue. But on Sudan, which is the largest humanitarian crisis unfolding in the world right now, no conversation is taking place on what action is to be taken. Where does that place the United Nations?
Well, I understand that people ask that question because you systematically you see if the critique is against Israel, there will be a US veto. If it's against what's happening in Ukraine, there will be a Russia veto. And then you have the cases where nobody seems to care, or at least, or they care, but they don't do much, where Sudan is a good case. So I think that, and this is of course not the institution of the United Nations, it's not the Secretary General Guterres' fault, but it is the members of the Security Council that are not always, in my view, living up to the expectations than we have when we entrust them with this power. You know, there are 5 permanent seats and 10 rotating seats. It was actually just a new election, and Somalia came on the Security Council yesterday, together with my neighbor Denmark and some others. But that of course means that the rest of us, the 193 members, are entrusting this body with an authority, and we expect them to lead. And frankly, they are not always leading.
Doesn't it come into question then, in terms of the intent of the Security Council, when it looks at world matters, when we look at geopolitics and how they play out, that each state is sovereign in nature? We come back to the issue of sovereignty, and that each state's interest will be ahead of everything else, no matter what you do. So is it possible to have then a strictly functioning Security Council that is going to take world matters above and beyond individual nation-state matters? Is it really possible to do that? Going by the example of what you've just said, that if there's something that is against an ally of Russia, for example, the likelihood of them using their veto power will be for that which is an ally to them. The likelihood of the United States using veto power to make a decision or to go against one is more likely to be one that aligns with their national interest. How do we have a purely fair functioning Security Council that brings about the matters of the world into perspective if people are going to vote based on their national sovereign interest?
No, well, there are of course many cases where they do agree, and there's a long history of UN decisions, UN operations, missions that exist because the council actually agreed. So let's not create the impression that they are always. They don't veto all the time. But frankly, in too many cases, we see these vetoes. It depends a little bit on how you interpret national interest. Is it your immediate interest right now, between today and tomorrow, or is it the interest of a more stable world in the long run? Because even great powers are better off in a more peaceful world, I would argue.
Yes.
And smaller countries obviously are better off in a more peaceful world. So it's not about whether it's interest or something else, it's how you interpret your interest. So I believe that Norway's interest, Norway's North European, quite wealthy country and open economy. We thrive in a peaceful world, and wars are not. Wars are bad for the people affected by war, but it also undermines economic prospects of other people, right? So in a more sort of benign, broad interpretation of self-interest, you could be, more looking at the common good, and sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. Now there is a conversation in the next. General Assembly of the United Nations. There will be a summit on the future, which has been called. And by the way, Norway supports the African position that the Security Council should be expanded. There should be African permanent seats too on the council. And I don't think it's happening now, but the conversation needs to really start now. If we go that route, it's a good time also to discuss the veto power. If it was up to me, you could take it away. That's not going to happen. Yeah. But you could, because the veto powers have veto against the change of the veto rules. But you could look for option to soften it. Maybe there should be two rather than only one. Maybe you can only do it in certain cases. There is already now a principle that you have to explain to the General Assembly why you use the veto. That's one move. So try to limit the use of veto. So in the long run, make it less dominant in the workings of the UN. And there is also, in that conversation, which is relevant here, is that the strengthening of regional organizations was actually envisaged when the UN was set up. The UN was invented at the end of the Second World War, 1945. And there's a chapter 8 that speaks about regional organizations that actually did not really exist at the time. But now we have the African Union, to take one example. A strengthened African Union should, in principle, be able to deal with some of Africa's problem, as well as Europeans could deal with their own, and then only sort of move things to the Security Council attention when it's not solved at the more regional level. So that's also something to discuss when you strengthen African cooperation.
So Norway supports Africa's push to have 2 permanent seats in the UN Security Council.
We do.
We say this is a conversation that could begin at the Summit of the Future, but it may not be realized immediately. What would be the complication of just adding 2 more seats and saying, so we've got 2 permanent members?
Well, first, of course, you cannot only add 2 African seats. There will be, then what would the Asians say? What would the Latin Americans say? So that would be part of a package where you broaden the permanent seats generally. So it's a broader conversation. I think you were up for a very interesting conversations internally in Africa, which 2 seats that will be, and thankfully I'm not going to make that decision. That will be up to the Africans. And how will that be representative of the rest of Africa? Would other African countries believe that country X in Africa represents them or only themselves? So these conversations are complicated, but I think and it's not really that the conversation starts now. I've been hearing about this for the last 30 years. Yeah. But the Summit of the Future is invented to try to put this higher on the agenda. So I hope that, and we will be clearly supportive of such a push. Because the UN was set up by the victors of the Second World War. It was actually a very good initiative, but there were, I think, around 51 states in the beginning. Now we're 193. Most of what the countries that have been added comes from what we call the Global South. Because of decolonization, for instance, that the UN was there before decolonization happened. And when Kenya and other countries became independent, in the 60s, or India in the late 40s, African countries in the 60s, and so on, not only you had more countries, but you had a different type of countries. You know, the composition, the nature of the membership changed, and that hasn't really been reflected in the setup of the organization.
Let's take a break. 27 minutes to 8. Our guest this morning is the Foreign Minister for Norway. He is visiting the country now, Espen Barth Eide. Kenya and Norway are commemorating 60 years of diplomatic relations this year. So this is a long history of diplomatic relations. We'll talk about that as well. What has this cooperation meant? How have we benefited from being friends with Norway? How has Norway benefited from being friends with Kenya? And so on and so forth. We'll be back shortly.
This is the Situation Room. The only way to start
Planning an outdoor event and in need of a remarkable venue? Your search ends here. Explore the peaceful ambience of the Green Park Garden located at the Standard Group Center on Mombasa Road. Whether it's a corporate affair, a joyous birthday celebration, a dreamy wedding, or any special event, our serene ambience sets the perfect stage. Marvel at the diverse array of plants, each with its unique texture, color, and fragrance, creating an enchanting atmosphere. Don't miss out on this extraordinary opportunity. To reserve your spot in our green sanctuary, contact Greg at 0714-673547. Embrace nature's touch at Green Park Garden.
The weather with SpiceFM.
A cloudy morning in Nairobi this morning, 14. We'll see highs of 24, highs of 26 in Nakuru, where it's sunny at 14, and 15 and sunny in Nyeri, going to highs of 24. We're looking into a sunny Eldoret at 14 with highs of 25, and Mombasa is sunny at 25 with highs of 31, while Malindi at 27 is sunny with highs of 30. It's 20 and sunny in Kisumu with highs of 29, while into Kakamega at 18 is sunny with highs of 28. We're looking into Kampala, that is cloudy at 21 with highs of 28 after the morning rain, and it's mostly sunny at 23 in Dar es Salaam with highs of 32. Lagos this morning at 25 is cloudy. Johannesburg at 3 is mostly clear, while Mogadishu at 28 is sunny, and Addis Ababa at 15 is sunny as well. It's clear at 20 in Kinshasa with highs of 31. We'll see lows of 20.
Spice up your life.
All right, so traffic still continues. This Friday is not too terrible, just little bits and bobs of traffic here and there. Coming off Naivasha Road and touching on Gong Road, the Thika Superhighway is really heavy this morning. Coming in from Garden City out towards the CBD. Globe Cinema roundabout is very busy this morning, and we're also looking at traffic heavy coming in from Kiambu Road. Let's take a quick look at the Eastern Bypass, where it's not too heavy traffic until you get right around to the Embakasi Village train stop, and then through towards North Airport Road out towards Cabanas. That's very busy. Onto the Embakasi Loop, onto Outer Ring. Still busy as well. Keeping an eye on things. So let's see what happens. We're getting into traffic hour now. We'll talk on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Conversation continues. This is the Situation Room on Spice FM on KTN Home, on YouTube and Facebook. We're having a conversation with the Norwegian Foreign Minister Espen Barth Eide. He's here. We're commemorating 60 years of diplomatic relations between Kenya and Norway. Norway is a fairly wealthy country. Kenya is a developing country. Kenya is in the forefront of pushing for a revamp of the global financial system. When we're saying, look, you can get loans from this global financial system cheaply, with better terms. We need it. We cannot access it cheaply. What's Norway's stand on this?
We agree. I think that's a good description. We need to revamp not only the UN, as we talked about before the little break, but also the international financial institution. That means the International Monetary Fund, the World Bank, and also the regional development banks. And Norway supports that because we do see that for instance, access to capital is much more difficult in countries like Kenya than in our countries. So, to take a loan or to finance finance something which is meaningful. It simply is much more complicated, and that both requires the reform of these institutions and the membership, the stakeholders, the way decisions are made, but also availability of instruments that can de-risk investments. And this is something that we put even higher now on our development portfolio. Is money that is there to take down the risk involved in investments. That can be currency risk, it could be regulatory risk, for instance, and all these identifiable sources of the cost of capital being higher in, for instance, African countries. So that is part, and it's actually maybe even more acute than the reform of the Security Council, and also possibly easier to do, because the leadership of these organizations are actually quite friendly to the idea of reform, but they don't necessarily decide themselves. It's the membership that has to decide, including the Western countries that has put more money into them. So this is a key conversation, and again, an area where Kenya and Norway looks eye to eye, because we agree with the diagnosis, and we believe we agree with the medicine as well.
What makes Kenya unique in the relationship that Norway would have with other countries outside of Europe, and why is Kenya on that particular?
Well, first we are celebrating 60 years of diplomatic relations. That's interesting simply because Norway was the 5th country in the world to recognize independent Kenya. Independence came in late 63, but we were just into 64, that's why it's 60 years. And throughout, or at least most of that time, we've had a close and benign relationship watching this country develop. Actually, my first visit to this city was 48 years ago. I have, again, as a young man or young boy. And so I've seen developments in Kenya and in Nairobi. We see Kenya as a stable country in an open economy, a growing economy, a youthful country with a lot of not only a lot of potential but also a lot of innovation, and we want to support that. It's also a good anchor for our partnership with this part of Africa, and we work from here and with Kenya on some of the issues in the more complicated countries in the neighborhood. And then on top of that, we have many common perspectives on international affairs. As someone from Western Europe, I remind my fellow citizens and my colleagues that of the 8 billion people on this planet, 7 billion are not in the West. So we in the West would be well advised to try to understand what the rest cares about. And there are many examples of that the rest of the world, but Kenya here is a good partner among many.
So one of the other conversations that's taking place globally right now is on climate change.
Yeah.
Of course, you came into the country a couple of years ago to chair the United Nations Environment Assembly. And the conversation about climate change has been on equity again. The major polluters bear responsibility for what they've done, and then the smaller polluters are actually bearing the brunt for what the major polluters have done. These conversations have been going on for long on, bearing responsibility, putting in money into a pot that can support. It doesn't seem to be moving. What do you think needs to happen to actually unlock climate financing, to unlock a complete and clear conversation on what everybody else should be doing?
Well, first I have to say it is moving. It's not moving fast enough. I agree with that, but we are. If you look at the predictions of global warming before we are able to stabilize the global climate, the predictions were much worse before the Paris Agreement than now. So over the last 9-10 years, we have actually installed a series of policies which still keeps the global warming still on, but less than it would have been without the climate measures. You see a fast development of renewable energy. You see in many countries fast development of electrified transport. Actually, yesterday I took a trip on one of the new electric buses here in Nairobi, so it's coming here as well. And we see more industry being, using circular methods and renewable energy, new technologies. So it is happening. But you are absolutely right that it is not fair and balanced. You know, for many countries on this continent, it would actually be economically extremely smart to go straight into the future economy, which is circular and renewable. It's actually less expensive in the long run than the old linear and fossil economy. The problem is that you need the upfront investment.
Yep.
You know, so when you have hydropower, or when you have solar, big solar plants or windmill farms, after that the electricity becomes very cheap. But of course the investment is not cheap, so you have to get the money for the initial investment, and there is a place we need to work more, how we can mobilize capital for these kind of investments. But in the long run, Kenya and Africa, this continent, would probably do really well if this green revolution succeeds, because you have an abundance of sun, for instance, you're close to equator, there's space, there's a lot of natural resources, a lot of young talent. So, you know, to build sort of modern manufacturing on these sort of green sources is actually particularly attractive for Africa. And I want to be, you know, as Norway, a good partner in that development. And I think more and more countries see that. President Ruto had an Africa climate summit last year when we were moving towards Dubai, the sort of the UN climate summit, which was very successful. And what I liked about it was that it had a strong sort of can-do attitude. It was not, you know, only problems. It was, there are solutions, there are African ideas, African solutions, and that gave a lot of inspiration. And then you mentioned the UN Environmental Assembly, so UNEP, which is in the city, the UN Environmental Program here in Nairobi, part of the, you know, that Nairobi is the fourth biggest UN capital in the world and the only one in the global south. Yeah. And one of the organizations based here is UNEP, and presiding over UNEP is the Assembly. And I was president of the Assembly 2 years ago. And we managed to get a lot of things done at that meeting. We agreed on the global plastic, to start negotiations on the plastic treaty. We got good resolutions on nature-based solutions to climate problems. We dealt with, we established a science policy panel for chemicals and pollution, for instance. So there's work going on. And I do not agree that nothing is happening, but I will be the first one to say that we have to move faster.
Right.
Indeed.
There's a lot that when you still talk about, you know, climate financing and going green, you know, like you said, it requires heavy initial investment. And of course, that means that those who are able to initially invest heavily are those that have. The West developed hugely on the back of fossil fuels. Africa is now discovering its own deposits of fossil fuels. And there's been this conversation, okay, guys, please, you don't have to go into fossil fuel. You have an abundance of opportunity and potential for green. Scale down on your fossil and scale up on your green. We know what that means. It means look for money so that you can scale up on green. What is Norway's stand on this? Should Africa be able to exploit its fossil fuel that it's discovering now so it can get to position at par with the rest of the world, or it can afford to accelerate its adoption of green?
So this is actually two different questions in one, because one, what should you use in your own energy mix? So what is the energy source you should use? So my advice would be go as green as you possibly can, because these investments will make energy not only more climate friendly, but actually less expensive, because in the long run, renewables are systematically less expensive than fossil fuels. If you lock yourself into a fossil economy, you will have to pay eternally for the fossil source, whereas the sun is free. Right, the wind is free. You just need the windmills or the solar panels, and once you have them, they pick up energy. So the price goes towards zero once you've invested. So that's on the consumption side, what you actually use. A separate question is, should you produce? I mean, should you exploit? And yes, well, the world, even if we are moving towards a renewable world, there's still a demand for natural gas, for instance. Norway also continues to produce natural gas that you can sell to those markets that still use them. So it's hard for me to say that you should not exploit your natural gas or oil reserves for income, but to build your future economy on burning of fossils is old-fashioned. And you know, Norway, which is a large exporter of fossil, we hardly use it ourselves. Our electricity mix is almost 100% renewable. So our domestic development moves away from one of the main products that we sell to others who still use it. So that distinction, I think, is important to make. And this startup called Basigo, which is doing these electric buses, they told me that, you know, Kenya has the electricity mix here is very clean. You know, a lot of hydro, some wind, and at night there is excess electricity, which means the price is low. These electric buses are charged at night, so at a low, you know, price, and drive around in the day where the electricity is more expensive, and then they charge again at night, right? So this is a very smart adaptation to the energy reality. More of this would be good for you, in my view. I think this is good for this country. So, you know, you don't need to develop in the way that we did, because new technologies exist. And there is a very good example that I think you very well know. You know, we had landline telephones to everywhere before the mobile phone came. So we used an enormous amount of copper to bring a copper line into the remote village, the most remote farm, before anybody got a mobile. Here, you know, of course you had it in cities, but not around the country. Then came the cellular phone, and people smartly thought, let's go straight to mobile technology. And then you invented mobile banking, I think 15 years before us. Because were stuck with the old, and here, you know, innovative solutions were built on new technology. So when this technology exists, there's no way to go back to old. You know, why do 20th century things if 21st century things are available? So I think here, in my little bit too long answer to your great question, I think when it comes to how you build your own economy, go green quickly would be my advice.
Immigration is always a top matter here when it comes to the trade of expertise from one country to the next, especially where there's a development partnership in place. What are the thoughts about that kind of exchange in terms of Kenyans going to Norway, in terms of that kind of trade for work? I'm speaking about this in a space whereby recently the president of Kenya has been looking at places where Kenyans can actually work, and a lot of European countries have come up. Germany, Switzerland, looking at the other side, Canada, the US. Is Norway part of this, and what is the door open for that as well?
Yes, I know about what Germany and others are doing. We have not really followed that route at the time. I'm not precluding that in the future. There are a number of Kenyans living in Norway, actually, and a relatively high immigration has happened. But you know, most people come in as asylum seekers, for instance, and that of course depends. That will typically come from other countries than Kenya for obvious reasons. But it's an open conversation, I think I would say. But it's interesting that this, you know, because European countries are getting older. We need more people in service sector, for instance. In the health service is one good example, and I know that there are countries looking at places like Kenya to be a source if you have excess people. But of course, we should also try to avoid too much brain drain, because you also need to have people, you know, driving your own economy and your own development.
That's interesting, because that was my next question in terms of when we're looking at this. Many have gone beyond brain drain and said even almost sapping of a country's expertise in terms of what can be used for its, you know, local development. And so then what would be the thought there? Would it be better, in your opinion, to develop in Kenya and see what can be done using that development partnership, or go the way where people are leaving?
At least what worries me is if sort of the public education in Kenya produces good doctors and good nurses with Kenyan taxpayers' money, and then once the best ones are then picked to go straight to the UK or Germany, of course means that the Kenya has provided a service in training these people who then come in in quotation mark, for free. I mean, of course, they get salary, but the education has already been paid for. That's not necessarily a very benign situation for Kenya. I'm not against people moving around, but I mean, I think your priority should be on developing your economy, which is why we have not entered into such a scheme as of now. I'm not precluding anything for the future. But
Foreign Minister, maybe there's another way of looking at this. We are seeing the emergence of ultra-nationalists in many parts of the world who are saying, lock down the borders. This country belongs to the people of this country. And as more we see more people coming in, they're coming to erode our values and our systems and to invade our lands. Has Norway faced this kind of political conversation?
We have it as well. I mean, thankfully, it's not as pronounced in Norway as in some other Western countries. It's not the dominant discourse, but it does exist. It does exist. We have to admit that. And we see, I mean, what we're seeing now, right now there's a big election in Europe for the European Parliament. All the members of the EU are voting for the members of the Parliament, and we are expecting a swing to the right, to the not that they will be in majority, but the far right parties seem to come out quite well, which then leaves open the big question: what will the traditional conservative parties do? Will they look towards the center, which I think they should, or would they look more to this far right and cozy up with these sort of more immigrant negative parties? And not to speak about America, which is quite interesting because everyone who is not the original native American Indian, is an immigrant. The whole thing is built by immigrants, and now they're talking about we who were there first. Well, actually, the white Anglo-Saxon processors were not there first, but they're still absolutely not. But now they are, trying to use this as an argument. Even there, that worries me quite a bit. So this is it's a problematic trend, but I think that when you look closer at this, you see that if people feel that immigration is under control, in the sense that you know the numbers, people are allowed in, they apply, they get their visas, they get their work permits, they're quite okay with it. It's this sense, this perception of an unstoppable flow,
open borders,
which creates uncertainty because and typically the people who are maybe not the wealthiest, not the most well off, are wondering, will these incoming people take, the benefits that I have, because there will be less again for me. I'm not defending it, but it can be understood, right? So I think, to have control on immigration and also control on integration, how do you actually make sure people are, thriving in society, will soften this stance. And if it is felt like it's sort of open borders and no control, you will have more of this reaction.
It's
sort of like,
it's like an oxymoron, isn't it? We are in a conversation now where we are talking about more multilateralism and working together and creating one global village, while at the same time we are talking about looking inwards more, and being more insular. I mean, how do we balance these things out? What's the future? How do you see this future? You're an experienced man in terms of foreign affairs.
Well, I mean, that's you put it very correctly. If you go back, let's go back 30 years. The Soviet Union was over. The Warsaw Pact was not there. The world, was opening up to globalization, and there was actually a spectacular growth across the planet. Also, a very big growth in inequalities, it has to be said. But the GDP of most countries grew, either because you were already a rich industrial country, or the demand for raw materials surged because of China's growth, for instance. So everybody, moving forward, and the world seemed to go towards a more globalized world. Now it's going the other direction. Borders are closing, countries are trading more with their closest friends and not across the planet. So we are in a different situation right now. And I think that, back to your theme on sovereignty, I think countries need to look after their own sovereignty, to make sure they have control in their own country, that you have good political institutions, that you know who lives in your country. But based on that, saying we also have some shared interest with others. And as a self-confident, sovereign country, Kenya or Norway and countries like ours, can then say we take a stance on the international scene because we also want to thrive in a better world. That means a world that can deal with the climate challenge and nature crisis, a world that can be better at responding to conflicts, a world that can provide for benign regulated trade between countries. That's good for us. So that's my vision. But that's not exactly the world we have right now. So there's quite a lot of work left to do.
Right. Do you think that it would, or that it should, essentially bleed on to other nations? Because I think what you've said is fundamental in terms of how the world will be run. And there have been, cliches, phrases, let's make the world a better place. For us to be able to exist in, and for us to be able to exist in with others, other nations around the world who are sovereign in their own right, should that bleed onto others in terms of an action point to be taken and how we deal nation to nation?
Yes, I think we need, those nations, those countries, those governments who believe in this vision need to talk to each other and try to form broad alliances. I think, those days are long gone, where a cluster of Western countries could travel around telling people what to do. Maybe it should never have happened, but it's at least not available now. So we need to build cross-continental alliances between like-minded countries, which is exactly why I'm right here now.
Yeah.
But and I speak to many. I spend much of my time in non-Western countries to try to build these alliances and raise these questions, and then go to the institutions we have, whether it's the UN or the international financial institutions, the World Trade Organization, which is in deep trouble now, and say, as sovereign nations, we also want to share some of that sovereignty. We want to take that sovereignty and say, let's establish some rules which are good for all of us. For instance, rules for trade, rules for financial institutions, because we are not islands. Our economy. Speak of my country, most of what we live through, we export most of what we produce, and we import most of what we consume. Right, so there's, which is good. That's the smartest way of doing it, but that requires that you have trade partners and trade rules that actually are upheld. Otherwise, you would have to try to lock in your economy, and then nobody will be better off. So that openness to the world based on rules is incredibly important, and it's important for everyone, but particularly for smaller countries who are not superpowers in their own right. And we need to convince the great powers that in the long run, they are also small compared to the number of the others.
Right. Indeed. Foreign Minister, we thank you very much for joining us today in the hot seat of the Situation Room. The Norwegian Foreign Minister Espen Barth Eide has been our guest this morning. Thank you very much. Keeping it locked. We still continue with more conversations. It's 8 a.m. news time.
The mantra of one man, one vote, one shilling is a thing that we are not going to relent pushing, not because it benefits people in the mountain. That's far from it. It actually benefits every other person in this country, and as it has been said, it is not for us to take from somebody so that it comes to us. No, it is for us to ask from the national government that which they are holding on to and refusing to let come to the people. Wale ambao wanapata waendelee kupata yao, lakini sisi pia tupatiwe na national government ile ambao wamekatalia kule juu.
At the same time, Kioni called for unity among Mount Kenya leaders, insisting that retired President Uhuru Kenyatta is the best place to unite the region.
We agreed as political parties from that region that we will be working under one umbrella grouping we are calling Haki, and we also resolved that Haki, the patron, not the party leader, the patron of that Haki will be none other than Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, for the reason that he is not in active politics. He is not going to vie for any presidential position, but he has the capacity and the ability, and also the respect that can bring the people in the mountain together, so that we are not scattered like we were scattered 2022 until we gave birth to the very unfortunate disaster that we find ourselves under today.
This as Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua has continued to insist that he will continue to unite Kenyans, further rejecting claims that he is promoting tribalism. The Deputy President said that it is the responsibility of the leaders to unite Kenyans, starting from the community where they come from.
Much as we are working on the economy bottom up, the unity of Kenya is also bottom up. You start from the family, extended family, the village, the sublocation, the location, the division, the sub-county, the county, the region, and then Kenya. When we say so, people say these are tribalists. Everybody comes from somewhere. And people who talk one language have certain things that are peculiar to them. And people who share a tongue need to share their thoughts using the same tongue. Then they go and join the rest and talk about Kenya. So please never be distracted.
Parliament will reap heavily in the incoming budget, with staff under the Parliamentary Service Commission and employees of MPs set to receive salary increments. In the budget estimates for the financial year 2024-2025, the legislative arm of government will receive 44.5 billion shillings. Parliamentary staff will receive a 10% increment. The budget for the incoming financial year is 3.9 trillion shillings. This comprises of 1.58 billion shillings in recurrent expenditure, 727.9 billion shillings in development expenditure, 1.2 trillion shillings in consolidated fund services, and 391.17 billion shillings in county equitable share. Now, the Minister of Interior will require 108 billion shillings over the next 4 years to successfully implement reforms in the National Police Service, the Kenya Prison Service, and the National Youth Service. The reforms presented to President William Ruto by former Chief Justice David Maraga-led task force in November last year seek to address the welfare of security personnel in the country. Interior Principal Secretary Rwanda Molo says to successfully implement the reforms, collaborations between the government and other stakeholders, including donors, is required. Omolo says the ministry has rolled out strategic framework to ensure a strategic and coordinated approach to reform the priorities. And 3 people who were arrested in 2020 while transporting over 360 kilos of bang valued at over 11 million shillings have been sentenced now. Tom Ouma, Paulo Ching and Ruth Atieno, who were arrested on the Nairobi-Nakuru highway, appeared before the JKIA court. Ouma and Atieno were sentenced to 25 years in prison each, or a fine of 33 million shillings, 165,000. Aching was sentenced to 21 years in prison, or a fine of a similar amount. This is Newswire. Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice. When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. 102.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
All right, a few minutes after 8 o'clock, let's see what's happening on the streets now into traffic hour proper. And it still continues coming off a thicker superhighway at around now. And also on the Eastern Bypass, we're seeing traffic has increased significantly and is heading towards North Airport Road. Also, then towards Outer Ring. Jogo Road still continues to be busy. Landis Road is now packed bumper to bumper through towards Kamkunji at the roundabout. Kangundo Road was very busy from the beginning, and we see that continuing even now. Coming out of Westlands, not too much traffic, but we're going to keep an eye on all of this. At a few minutes after 8 o'clock, let's see what happens in a half hour. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Lafiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
8 after 8. Thank you very much for keeping it locked on SpiceFM. This is Kenya's biggest conversation. And it's also the place where we remind you that the 30th of June is fast approaching. Now, you owe KRA some money. By the end of December 2022, you had some tax principal, some arrears, and some interest to pay to KRA. And they've been looking at that figure and wondering, sasa hii nitaanzia wapi? Munataka nifanye nini? KRA has told you vile wanataka ufanye. Wanataka you talk to them and they can waive the interest and penalties on what you owe them presently. For all those arrears that are up to December 31st, 2022, if you apply for the tax amnesty, you are likely to get it. And what's more than that is once you have this conversation, so what is it that you owe us? This is what you owe us. Let's do your assessment, our assessment. We're in agreement. You owe us $1 million, Bob. And then, because you have not paid, and now we're in 2024, we're talking about December 2022. Then there's 2023, and then there's 2024 up to June. Because of all this time, there has been interest and penalty on that 1 million that has been charged, which has gone up to 1 point. They can remove the point, the interest and the penalty. And then you discuss this 1 million. How can you repay? We understand that you cannot remove $1 million shillings from your business right now immediately. That's just affecting your working capital. That's just killing your business. So can we work out a payment plan where you'll pay over a certain period? What can you manage? Let's work on that. Commit to it. Put it in writing. Start paying. Clear. We give you the tax amnesty. Tusonge, tukisonga. Now, to apply for that, you can call KRA right now. Right now. What's the number?
0711 099 999.
0711 099 999.
Yep. Call them or get onto the website www.kra.go.ke and then go to iTax. iTax will then take you to a tab that's all about debt and enforcement, and under that is the application for amnesty. It's right there. You click on it, you do the thing, go through the remaining 5 steps, and then you're on your way towards getting your amnesty. So you don't have to pay the change on top of $1 million. Yep.
Let's now talk about Nairobi. So Nairobi is this shamba la mawe that has 5 million residents. Can you imagine? 5 million people doing 1, 2, 3 things. Kuna watu wanaibia wengine, kuna watu wanauzia wengine. It's just all things are happening. Of course, when you have so many people concentrated within such a small area and there are all these buildings and developments coming up, there's always likely to be one disaster or another. All right? Some of these disasters are inevitable. You're going to have fire emergencies. You are going to have buildings collapsing. And we've seen that in Nairobi. It rains. Clogged drainages. And then therefore flooding. And then things just happen left, right and center. There's a department in the county government of Nairobi that is in charge of disaster management and coordination. That department has a PS. In county parlance, we call it chief officer. So the chief officer for disaster management and coordination in Nairobi City County Government is Bramwell Simiyu. He's our guest this morning. We want to talk about what challenges they face in disaster response and management and what the future should look like. Bramwell, good morning.
Good morning, Eric.
Karibu sana to the hot seat of the Situation Room.
Asante sana.
Good to have you
Pleasure to be here as well.
Good to have you here.
Asante sana.
You look like a man who likes his meat. Napenda kukula nyama. We do.
Eat healthy.
Whether it's white, red, what's your preference? Nyama ni nyama.
Well, let's just say that you're at that stage in life where you watch what you eat.
Very good.
Yeah.
Now, because you watch what you eat, one of the things that you also think about is the quality of what you eat, right?
Yeah.
And the safety of what you eat.
Yeah.
Today is World Food Safety Day.
Right.
And today being World Food Safety Day, and you are thinking about what you eat.
Yeah.
Safety of food is not just in how it's produced, it's also in how we handle it.
Absolutely.
And you want to be sure that, for example, the meat that you buy has been handled properly, has been cooked properly by somebody who understands, and all those things. It was reared properly.
Right.
There's a company called Kenchik. You know them?
Yes, I do.
They are cuckoo about chicken. Now, Kenchik has gone into beef as well.
Right.
And they have Ken Beef by Kenchik.
Right.
And they're starting from the very beginning. You see the Kenchik, they start from hatchery.
Yes.
Look at egg, hatch egg, day-old chick, they distribute. Then they also grow their own chicken to a certain age, take them to the slaughter in hygienic condition, take them to the market.
Yes.
So they're doing the same thing with the beef.
Right.
They are working with farmers in Laikipia County.
Right.
You know those ranches in Laikipia? Identified farmers.
Right.
These cattle are eating the best grass.
Right.
Grass-fed. So it's organic.
Right.
See, Mambo, I don't know what.
Yes.
And it's drinking water from streams. Very good, right?
Right.
And it's breathing the air down on the other side of Mount Kenya. Very clean and crisp air.
Right.
Then they change that ngombe. They take it to the slaughterhouse. Halal. It's changed properly. It's handled properly.
Right.
It's packed properly. And they make sandwich, not sandwich, what do you call them? Burger patties.
Right. Right.
They make mincemeat, sausages. That's what I was looking for.
Oh,
the sauce,
really?
sauce sandwich, sausages, right? And those round things, we call them mutura. They call them
burvos.
Yes.
We call them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you go to the supermarket next,
Yeah.
you are likely going to see, when you go to the meat section, the chillers, you will see Ken Beef by Kenchik.
Right.
That is, when you're watching what you eat, you can trust that.
Well, you call it farm to fork.
Ndio hiyo.
Yeah.
Ndio hiyo.
No, tuko pamoja.
Very good.
Asante sana.
City is not in. He left us with greetings.
All right.
Amesema tukusalimia sana.
Shukran.
And we welcome you
Asante.
with the day's proverb. The proverbs for this week are from the Republic of the Gambia.
Yes.
And today's proverb, listen to it and give us your interpretation. If you stir up water in the pond, you will bring up the pond. If you stir up water in the pond, you will bring up the pond.
Yeah.
What do you think they're saying, the Gambians?
Well, I can only imagine that what they're referring to is stirring up sleeping dogs. That which has been left to settle at the bottom of the pond and is calm and sedate. If you get an opportunity to do that, then you will certainly cause those sediments to come to the fore. So in society, if you assume that this community is all quiet and calm and nothing is wrong, and you end up poking them in the eye, chances are that they'll be able to stand up and you'll see a side of them that you thought was long buried. Yeah. My own interpretation.
It's a good one.
Yeah.
Does it remind you of the late John Mishoke? If you rattle a snake,
yes,
be prepared to be bitten by it.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Chokoze nyoka lilala.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Asante.
Disaster management in Nairobi.
Yes.
I mean, we see building collapse. That's one issue. Fire, industrial area. That's another issue. Fire, Gikomba. It's an issue. Fire, toy market. It's an issue.
Yes.
Floods. So people swept away by floods affected from Mukuru to Mathare to Runda to Kilimani. All these are disaster upon disaster upon disaster.
Yes.
Do you get to sleep, Brahma?
Well, let's just say that the past 1 year since I assumed office, 1.5 years, has been a steep learning curve. One that has been challenging, but I think one that has also been rewarding in the sense that I've come to appreciate that there are men and women in this town, mostly the firefighters and the disaster management workers and the emergency response workers, who give their lives and safety, put their lives and safety on the line to ensure that Nairobians are safe and their properties secure. In a way, I walked into an ecosystem that has long experience. If you're looking at disaster management or emergency response in Nairobi County, we have a very long history, perhaps even longer than this country. The first fire station was set up in 1907 around Tomboya, on land donated by a gentleman known as Desai. And the first firefighter was known as Braidwood. What I didn't know was that actually the building opposite the Tomboya fire station, which is known as Braidwood House, was actually built in honor of the first chief fire officer who died in the line of duty. Just giving you an indication that we have more than 100 years plus experience in firefighting. For a long time, we only had that station at Tomboya. We then had the second one at Enterprise Road in 1956. We had other stations coming up over the past 20 years. We now have a total of 6. But we have a courageous bunch of ladies and gentlemen who serve in the firefighting department in Nairobi County, who do so much, but so little is actually celebrated. And for me, I'd like to start at the onset by just recognizing these guys who don't sleep. They respond to, like you said, fires. On average, you do about 3 or 4 fires every day. They respond to...
Every day there are 3 or 4 fires.
Every day, 3 to 4 fires, yes. Mostly in the low-income settlements. These are people that work tirelessly, running towards danger when everybody else is running away from it. So the past 1 year has actually allowed me to live in the world and become part of that world. So I have toughened up. I've been able to be on scenes of incidents for up to 38 hours. The Muradi fire we had in Embakasi. I could see what these brave firefighters, the Red Cross workers, the military do on a day-to-day basis. Something that many members of the public might not really understand. So in a way, I want to sort of just appreciate the direction that we've taken as a county under the leadership of His Excellency Governor Sakaja, who has given us the latitude really to try and evolve disaster response. Just to also give you a bit of perspective, for the longest time, Fire and Rescue Services was a unit in the engineering department up to around 2013. When it was taken to the security services sector as a unit. It's only in 2018 that the decision was made to establish a fully fledged disaster management sector, recognizing and appreciating that when it comes to managing disasters, it's not about being reactive. We need to focus more on the mitigation, the prevention, but also address the aspect of recovery and rehabilitation.
So how is it structured? How is disaster management structured in county?
Yeah, so when I took over, we only had the Fire and Rescue Department, which, as I mentioned, was really more of a reactive, responsive unit, dealing with incidents after the act. But we now have a fully fledged department with 3 directorates. We have the Disaster Risk Reduction Directorate that is headed by a director, has a deputy director and assistant directors. And its focus really is on prevention, mitigation. So working with the communities to build resilience, creating awareness, putting in place early warning systems. We have very robust programs, working with the schools, working with communities, just to put in place sort of strategies that can help us avert these disasters.
Can you give us an example of that?
Well, we have an ongoing program in primary schools where we are educating the members of the public and the students on, basic survival skills, first aid skills, just looking at how schools are set up, the safety routes and so on and so forth. We're also working with the communities in the low-income settlements to set up what you call community response teams as a first line of defense, understanding and appreciating that really it's the community that ought to be the first in line before any other agency comes on board. So the disaster risk reduction has been at the forefront of that. We're also working on putting in place policies and programs, appreciating that the legal and regulatory framework is actually not quite optimal for us to be able to manage disasters. So we have that unit championing research and coming up with a draft legislation that would help enhance our efficiency as a sector to be able to deal with disasters. So that is the disaster risk reduction. We have then the fire and rescue services, which really is the response unit. This is a paramilitary disciplined force that then responds to disasters. Its measure really being speed and efficiency of response. These are the kanjos that, the firefighters that you typically see with the red trucks, running on to the scenes, rescuing, responding to incidents, putting out fires, responding to water incidents, and so on and so forth. So that's the second directorate. Then the third one, which we saw fit and with the support of His Excellency the Governor, was to set up what you call the Training Innovations Department, which sort of anchors the Nairobi Disaster Management Training Academy. And for us, this is important because we are looking at building the capacity of our firefighters and disaster management officers to be able to respond effectively and efficiently. And for me, this is important because for a long time, we've not had what I'd call identifiable center where you can train firefighters or disaster management workers from a skill perspective. Forget about the disaster management courses we do at the universities, but a place you can go to and undergo professional firefighting, fire rescue, fire investigation skills.
So where have they been training?
That is part of the gap that we've had. Most of the if you look at the architecture of our firefighting department, we have two cohorts. We have those that were trained on the job, the class of 87, class of 90, which is an aging force. Most of these have been trained abroad. So they went to Israel, to the UK, Japan, the US, and they're highly skilled. So for a long time, we had some sort of mentorship program where we started with the British, trained the first generation of African firefighters, and it's been more of passing on the knowledge. We've had some training program which was not certified at Kangundo Road, where we have the training school. We know that Kiambu County also has a smaller training school that has been offering this course. But these have been courses that are offered after recruitment. And I think in the course of this discussion, perhaps I'll touch on one of the issues that actually caused a bit of ruckus in terms of the qualification of what is a firefighter. So our goal is actually to set up Kangundo Road as a center of excellence where we can be able to offer professional firefighting courses that is certified by NITA, certified by DOSH, and all other professional agencies. Of course, anchoring and leveraging on international partnerships with other, certified international bodies, so that we can have a firefighter walking out after a 6-month training course with certification that is recognized globally. At the moment, that is one of the gaps that we have in the market. So that is the structure that we have at the moment. Just to, again, sort of clarify that we have a director in charge of the disaster risk reduction. We have a director in charge of fire and rescue services, and we have a director for the training, innovation, and development sector, which really is what anchors the center of excellence or the training school.
What would you say are some of the challenges that are being faced by the county right now in terms of then working through disasters when they happen? Because we've had a series of them, have we not?
Yes.
Most recently, the floods and dealing with a number of things, trying to get people to higher ground, trying to defend for their needs. So what have you seen over, let's say, the last year that would pose as a challenge that from a challenge to managing disasters that happen in the city?
Okay, I think we can look at this from different perspectives, but I think the most glaring one is the institutional capacity. Just having the adequate resources in terms of manpower, in terms of tools and equipment, in terms of financial resources to be able to respond adequately As you correctly observed at the onset, Eric, Nairobi is not just any other county. This is the face of Kenya. This is an international center. So you carry the aspirations of not just the citizens of Nairobi, but the entire country. It is the seat of government. So in terms of risk management or the risk profile, a lot rides on our ability to be able to respond to all these different man-made and natural disasters that we have. So having a world-class fire and rescue or disaster management sector is central to a lot of other socioeconomic aspirations for this country. So our biggest challenge has been the capacity. At the moment, we have about 400 firefighters. Global best practices prescribe one firefighter for every 2,000 citizens. With a population of about 5 to 6 million residents, we are looking at having a force of about 2 to 3,000 firefighters. So we have a serious deficit in terms of capacity. The second bit that I'd consider to be a challenge, of course, is just the issue of public awareness. A lot of the challenges we faced during the floods, you could see, were a result of behavior, human behavior, a bit of impunity. People building on riparian lands, people building on top of drainage systems. We have, structures that have been constructed without due regard to, best practices, and they're basically time bombs. So we recognize that the level of awareness amongst the members of the public required a lot of upgrading, and we've done. That's why we set up the disaster risk reduction unit, really to be a proactive entity that engages and cooperates and collaborates with the members of the public to sort of get them to understand that what they do has a direct implication on their safety and security. So that bit has been a challenge. The third, I think, glaring challenge we've had is just the lack of a proper legal and regulatory framework. For a long time, we've not had a clear, acts of parliament or laws and regulations that govern disaster management in the county, and in the county and in the country. And this has a direct implication on three elements. One is the leadership of disaster management. Who takes charge whenever incidents happen, right? It's the military man that precisely. I think the trend has been many times whenever there's a disaster, everybody sort of automatically looks at the Red Cross. But essentially, it should be the duty and responsibility of the government to offer safety and security. So when you come to the government, there are many entities. We have the military, we have the police, you have NYS, we have ourselves, we have the Red Cross, we have the St. John's. So in terms of prescribing leadership of who takes charge whenever there's a disaster, that becomes an issue, or even an emergency, because
there's no law that defines this.
For a long time, it's not been there, but progress has been made. We now had the national government, Parliament passing the National Disaster Management Authority bill, I think a couple of months ago. That, I think, is a step in the right direction. The second bit under the legal and regulatory framework that needs to be clarified in terms of streamlining the sector is the issue of control and communication. How are we able to come up with centralized command systems? How do we have reliable communication systems? These floods actually exposed us to quite a bit of a challenge, given that this was happening in multiple sub-counties. You'd have different entities running in different places to responding. But even when it came to rehabilitation and recovery, you find people duplicating effort, people doing the different things, and we realize that we actually need to have a more centralized communication and control and command system, which these acts would provide for. The third element that is also missing when you look at the issue of the regulatory framework is the issue of disaster financing. First, you can never budget enough for disasters or emergencies. We know that, for example, the Constitution provides for almost, 2% of the budget, but pegged on what? We must have a robust disaster risk financing scheme that allows for not just the emergency response or the emergency fund, but even providing for upscaling of technology, equipment, personnel, to ensure that you have a robust firefighting force. Eric, if you look at more developed countries like the US and elsewhere, a firefighter is actually held in higher esteem than even other members of the disciplined forces. You know, you go to the New York fire department, that is an officer that is actually held in higher regard. Here in Kenya, we are yet to really appreciate the place that such people actually belong to. And it reflects in the manner in which, or the cavalier way we treat funding of disaster management across the country.
How much is the budget, for example, this year?
Well, we have...
For Nairobi? For
Nairobi, we have the budget, the ordinary budget for what I'd call the recurrent costs. So we have the salaries. We have about 400 people. So that takes up a huge component of our budget. We have budgets to procure equipment, which we don't I must say is not quite adequate. But just ballpark figure, we are looking at about 400 to 500 million shillings.
500 million shillings.
Yes, for that is for development as well as recurrent. But also we have what you call an emergency vote, which we draw from in times such as this for recovery and rehabilitation.
How much is
those that have been affected? That actually I'll say is not quite fixed, but it's between 200 to 300 million shillings.
Okay. So in total,
you're talking about 700 million shillings.
And the county's budget annually is 42 billion.
Yes.
So in a 42 billion shilling budget,
yes,
it's just about 600 or so
precisely
has been put in to disaster response and management.
Yes, and for me that is the reason we must relook at the entire concept of disaster financing. You cannot lock it to the normal budget. Ideally, you ought to have the flexibility to say, for example, that we as a sector should not be tied to the end of we are about 2 weeks away from the end of the financial year, meaning that any commitments not done or made by that period then are surrendered back to Treasury.
Should roll
over. What happens? Yes. What happens when a disaster hits on the 1st of July?
Right.
Yet your hands are tied by the current framework. And we appreciate and, of course, understand why we need the Public Finance Management Act in place, just to ensure that public funds are dealt with, prudently and. But we also are quite convinced that we must have a separate framework that gives disaster management the latitude, the flexibility to be able to be agile.
Right.
So that when disasters or emergencies happen, we are not...
You're always ready.
You're always ready.
Let's take a break. 26 minutes to 9. Bramwell Simiyu is the Chief Officer for Disaster Management and Coordination. That's a PS in charge of disaster management and coordination in the city county government of Nairobi. Emergency response in the city. How well prepared are we? What are the challenges that his department is facing in just addressing what we know to be constant emergencies? 3 to 4 fires every day in Nairobi. That's a big deal.
It is.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. The weather with SpiceFM.
Sunny conditions in Nairobi, 16 degrees, highs of 25, and we'll see highs of 26 in a sunny Nakuru at 17. It's 17 and sunny in Nyeri, highs of 25 and highs of 25 as well, and a sunny Eldoret at 16. Mombasa is sunny at 26 and sunny conditions at 27. In Malindi, going to highs of 31. In Kisumu this morning, it's sunny at 22, highs of 29 and highs of 29 as well will be seen in Kakamega, where it is sunny at 21. Kampala is cloudy at 21 with highs of 29, while Dar es Salaam at 24 will go to highs of 32. Johannesburg is partly sunny at 3 with highs of 13, and Mogadishu at 29 is sunny with highs of 32, Addis Ababa at 19, sunny going to highs of 27 and lows of 11, while Lagos is cloudy at 25, Kinshasa is sunny at 21. All right, still in traffic hour this morning, looking at what's happening in different parts of the city here and there on the Thika Superhighway. Just a little bit of a left as you go towards Survey. Just taking a quick look at then that traffic then coming in through the Globe Cinema roundabout. Also on Landis Road coming in from Jogoro, that's still pretty heavy as you get out towards the CBD. And it's still going to be busy for a while coming off of Ngong Road. We're just going to keep an eye on this and see how it happens as we get into it. We'll keep talking on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
We have with us this morning Bramwell Simiyu, the Chief Officer of Disaster Management and Coordination in the Nairobi City County Government. We're talking about the challenges of addressing disasters in this county. So there's challenge number one, insufficient allocation of resources into this, which then looks into, we have this kind of 400 firefighters. We need about 3,000 firefighters. Training. They are trained by being told kuja. So makuja sasa ile ni pipe. Hii ni gari. Ile ni moto. Unashika hivi, unaangalisha moto. We don't have a proper training institution for firefighters in this county, which you said is what could respond to that question that you asked in the Senate. So and so is a firefighter. What's their training? Nursing. So you're a firefighter. So how do we recruit into this Fire and Rescue Services Directorate, and how do we train? And what's the plan going forward?
I think, Eric, let me just clarify that it's not that we do not have a good training program. Indeed, we have a very robust training program. We have very highly skilled trainers. Like I mentioned, most of the senior firefighters have been trained globally, and a lot of what they've done is what forms the curriculum that is offered at our Kangundo Road Training School. We have a very robust 6-month program. We recruited firefighters in the year 2020. These were about 300 of them. We've been taking them through training. Since I came on board, we've taken through 2 cohorts of 100 firefighters each. We did the last one ended in October. In November last year. The pass-out parade was in November. We have the next cohort actually starting training in a month's time in July, the last batch of 100. So just to clarify that indeed we have a very robust training program that these firefighters are taken
certified by who?
Now the certification bit is what had not been sorted out, and it's what we are doing. We've actually applied for NITA, the National Industrial Training Authority certification. We've gotten DOSH, the Department of Safety and Health. That already we've gotten the certification. And the end game for us is to have Kangundo Road, what you're calling the Nairobi County Disaster Management Authority, as a premier fire and rescue training center in the region. We don't have any in actually sub-Saharan Africa.
So when you say we have a robust training program,
yes,
against what are we benchmarking?
So we're benchmarking against making sure that we have we have adequate training facilities, equipment. We'd like to be able to simulate actual training. If it's a road traffic accident, how do you extricate victims from such? We'd like to have water rescue facilities. We already have, as I speak, and I'll invite you one of these days for it. It's actually very, very robust. The only gap was that it was not certified, and we've taken that proactive measure to do that. But to just touch on what it takes to be a firefighter, a firefighter is a paramilitary profession, just like the police, just like the Kenya Defence Forces. Now, I know that there was a bit of, I'll call it, because I can only imagine that was a pun, that you have people with qualifications in things like theology and, in library sciences and in IT becoming firefighters. And I was asking, when you look at a policeman, what is his previous qualification? When you take a military officer, they come in as a civilian and are brought on board as a recruit. So firefighters are brought on board as recruits, civilians with different qualifications. In my complement, I have people with degrees in Bachelor of Commerce, we have degrees in IT, we have, practically everything across board. Now, once they come on board, they're then taken to the equivalent of Kiganjo, which is our Kangundo Road, for the 6-month paramilitary training. And they're trained on fire prevention, fire response, fire rescue. They're actually taken through the skills of becoming a firefighter.
So what's the minimum qualification? What is it that you ask for?
All-level certification.
Okay.
You must be able to have at least Form 4 certification. Okay. That is the bare minimum. After that, of course, then you're taken through the paramilitary training. That's why they also have march past during national days. It's a disciplined force. So you cannot... just like you cannot have you cannot say that to be a policeman you need a degree in criminology, or to be a military officer you can only come and be recruited when you have a degree in military science. You come in with as a raw civilian, and you're taken through that qualification, and you're given at the end of that training period you have your certificate. So I just needed to clarify that there's nothing absolutely wrong with somebody joining the fire service with that degree in theology.
So then those,
those
allegations that were shared previously, that there are folks who are unqualified, who are working in these sectors, then from what you're saying is moot.
Absolutely. And I also wanted to clarify that the names that were presented, these are middle level to junior officers. The leadership of, like I mentioned, of the sector, we have a director. Our current director has a master's in disaster management. He's actually completing a course at the National Defence College. He has a bachelor's in disaster management. He has certificates in firefighting. His deputy, same thing. If you look at the caliber of staff that we have in terms of heading the disaster, the firefighting unit, the top leadership, all of them have they're highly qualified. Post-recruitment, they all are properly trained. But that, even as we look at that course, firefighting is a highly emotional and traumatic affair. I have had opportunity to attend to incidents where we are extricating bodies from a vehicle, and I come on board not trained as a firefighter. I have gone to a scene where we are removing the body of a 6-year-old child from a sewer. My firefighters are the ones that scrape up the remains of charred remains in fire incidents. So these are people who work in a very trauma-laden environment, and they also require what I'd call psychosocial support. As much as the victims of fires and disasters require as much. So there's nothing wrong with having people with training such as theology and sociology in the force, because these are the people that provide post-disaster trauma support, both internally and externally. So there's a place for anybody, even with a theology degree, not even theology, even Islamic studies, because we deal with the different demographics.
So do you have that?
Yes, we do. We do. As a matter of fact, the persons that were mentioned when I was in the Senate actually are what I call zonal disaster management officers in the sub-counties. So they interact with the public. These are the people that engage with those, with the communities.
So they're offering what, chaplaincy services?
Not chaplaincy. Really, it's just post-disaster support, trauma support, counseling, and so on and so forth. So I needed to clarify that on a national platform such as this, because I know the ridicule that we've been subjected to has been unfair and unwarranted. I know of a county police commander in the home county that I come from, who's actually an ordained priest, but he is a county police commander. Our current IG,
he's gone through training.
Yes, he's gone through the professional training. Our current IG is an engineer, for heaven's sake, but he's been taken through the training. So there's nothing wrong in the firefighting department for anybody to have any other degree prior to joining the fires, a degree or diploma, prior to joining the fire department. He or she will then be taken through the necessary professional training, and then serve as as a professional firefighter.
Well, it's true. All our cadets that go to LADET have university degrees, and it doesn't matter.
Absolutely.
They have a university degree in communication, in engineering, as a doctor. And you end up and you become the head of the Kenya Army.
Oh, yes.
Not because you have a degree in killing.
Yes. Yeah. So just to give assurance to Nairobians and members of the public that Nairobi County has one of the finest staff complement.
So let me understand
highly trained and highly professional. Yes.
You said you've just recruited 100 firefighters.
Not recruited, you're taking them to training. They were recruited a few years back.
Okay.
But, some serve as firefighters, some serve as fire prevention officers, some serve as fire investigators, others as disaster management officers. So we've been taking them. At any time, we have a complement of about 300 firefighters. Just to give you a bit of perspective, we have 6 fire stations. We have Tomboya, the oldest. We have Industrial Area, Enterprise Road, the second oldest. We then have Kangundo Road. We have Ruaraka. We have Gigiri. And we have Waithaka. Now, each of these fire stations operate through what you call a watch system, which is a shift system. Each shift, we have the green watch, we have the red watch, and we have the blue, the yellow, the green watch. Red, green, and blue watch. Now, each of these stations at any given time, if you go to Tomboya, which is now the one in town, we have the blue watch or the red watch on duty. At any given time, there are 30 in at what do you call it? At Tomboya, we have 30 officers on an 8-hour shift.
Okay.
Then there's a changeover at about 5. Another 30 come in. When you go to Ruaraka, which is the smallest, you have a shift of about 5. So we've distributed them equally across the
6 stations.
So at any time, there are about 270 firefighters
on duty.
On duty
in Nairobi.
Right.
Okay. Looking at what has happened over the past, what would you say then are things that have been learned and put in place to ensure that there's minimal to, almost no further destruction than the actual disaster itself when it comes to managing them? Take your pick, whether we're looking at the most recent with floods in the country, whereby, look, there was huge hue and cry in terms of, we knew the floods were coming, whether it is preparedness, and that is before, for something that we know is coming, and then dealing with it after. What are some lessons that you've learned so that, God forbid, knock on wood, something happens in the future, we can say, okay, for sure, then we are rest assured that the county disaster management system has all their ducks in a row, as it were?
Yeah, I think two perspectives. One, of course, you must look at building community resilience, because disasters will happen, not if, but when. So we must be ready to adapt. We know floods will come in all areas. And I think one of the lessons we've learned with the floods is that flooding and disaster is not just a poor man's problem. One of the hardest hit areas as we speak right now is Gigiri, Runda area. Up to now, we have places that are stuck. What does that tell us? That we can choose the route of going to bring down the buildings and the structures in Gigiri, as we've done in some of the riparian systems, or we can sit with the community and agree what needs to come down. Because these floods, when you look at the topography of Nairobi, essentially we have the highlands on the west, drawing to the flatlands of the east. We have the major rivers, the Ngong, Madare, Nairobi River, all emanating from the top, snaking through the different sub-counties, converging around Embakasi, Ruai area, and then flowing into the Athi River. Meaning that we'll always have challenges with flooding. What does it tell us? That we must engage with the community for them to understand that when you put early warning systems in place, they must obey them. One of the things we did, we issued this, the Met issued the warnings, we engaged with the community, we asked them to evacuate, many resisted. You will recall that at the county level, we had a very clear Marshall Plan, under the leadership of His Excellency the Governor and the Regional County Commissioner. And one of the things that we asked for, which then again became an object of ridicule, before El Nino, actually, I was on TV when I said we need rescue rafts and boats. And that became a circus. But I think with time we were able to be vindicated that we must up our water rescue capabilities. As we speak right now, we've taken, my initial cohort of about 20 firefighters in Mombasa, divers being taken through a rigorous training program. So the first lesson that we learned is that we must build a robust community awareness as a first program where we have community teams where volunteers are put in place. Secondly,
sorry, I'm going to hold you there.
Sure.
So what exactly does that mean? What are we saying?
What?
And can we mirror it to like I keep forgetting what it's called. Nyumba Kumi.
Yes.
Whereby you say that for every 10 homes,
yes,
there's a champion, for example.
Precisely.
Whereby we say, okay, guys, this is coming. Have you gotten 1, 2, 3 in order? If you know that there's a problem, then move.
Yes.
And if that's what we're talking about, where you have community champions in place,
yes,
I have to then ask what's been done. Because it's one thing, Bramwell, to say that we're going to come up with a robust community agenda.
Yes.
But what has been done actually? Do the people in these low-lying areas, for example, today, are they aware? Or is it something that's being rolled out in the next 6 months? Do the people in South C, Nairobi West, South B, are they aware that, you know what, our champions are 50 in this area, and it is Eric down the road, it is Ednah down the road? Do they know that this is the case?
Yes.
Are the people in Runda, Gigiri, for example, are they aware, if they're champions, who these people are?
Okay.
And unfortunately, it has to get down to the nitty-gritty because the disaster took away the nitty-gritty.
Absolutely.
So it has to be granular.
I agree.
In terms of action.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't have put it any better. And as a matter of fact, that's what we've done. So one of the lessons we learned, other than learning that we must build community resilience, the next question was the how. So what we've done is to appreciate that you need greater collaboration and cooperation among the rescue workers. So we now are we've been working very closely with the Red Cross to set up these community response teams. We have them in place. We are not talking about something we'll do in future. We have volunteer divers. We have a catalog. If I go to Kibra, to Sarangombe and Lindi, which are some of the hardest hit areas, or I go to Mukuru, the belt, or the Madare Valley, we now have, through our disaster management officers and the Red Cross officers, we have identifiable groups which are then designated as the first line of defense. These are the people that will issue the early warning. They'll coordinate the evacuation. They even coordinate the post-disaster support in terms of identifying the affected persons, what their needs are, through what you call the post-disaster needs assessment forms. So in a way, we are able to now start seeing that we are moving towards building resilience amongst the community. It's no longer a situation of serikali nisaidie and the community actually taking charge to be the ones that are shaping the strategy at that level. And just as I say that, the other bit that I also think is important is that I think is now manifestly clear that greater investments are needed.
Oh, for sure.
Right, for our sector, and I'm quite actually appreciative of what is going on within our county. His Excellency actually recognizes and appreciates the significance of this sector. I sit in his office, right? We're actually under the governorship, and one of the developments that has just come up is I'm made to understand, or I understand that in the last cabinet session, a decision was made to actually set up a disaster management fund, which then will ring-fence funding and finance for the sector, giving us, I think, a greater confidence to invest in what we require. So that is the second, I think, lesson that I think we've learned. That
on what to do.
Yeah, what to do.
Can I come in before you give? Is there a third and fourth one, perhaps? But before you do that,
yes.
Is there an understanding?
Yes.
I'm looking, you say you sit in the governor's office.
Yes.
Right? But is there an understanding between departments? Yours is disaster management.
Yes.
There's also there are other departments which operate within the county.
Yes.
Which, if you look very clearly,
yes,
they head developments.
Yes.
That, from what we are told, with the most recent disasters,
yes,
are directly involved in what could prevent the magnitude of the aftermath of some of these disasters.
Yes.
I don't know if I am making sense.
Absolutely.
So when we talk about things like approvals for buildings that are then developed upon a very weakened infrastructure, that is going to bear heavily on your department tomorrow.
Correct.
When we're talking about there being flooding and there are issues downstream that could have been avoided if we didn't have such heavy responsibility on an already waning infrastructure.
Right.
Do you have such conversations to say, hey, Bwananani, your things are going to affect me should something happen?
So two things. You've actually taken now, that was my point number 3.
Oh, wonderful.
That we must mainstream disaster management in all our socioeconomic developments, policies and planning, including funding, to the extent that nothing really happens without having a conversation about disaster management. And it is indeed true that one of the hardest hit area is in our urban planning. So how do we build urban resilience with this climate change conversation, with the unplanned developments, the rising population? It's important that even as you're doing our ambitious plans to have new housing, new roads, new stadia, we must incorporate disaster management in everything that we do, as a county. And it's for that reason that disaster management, one of the things that I'm really grateful about is that we have raised the bar and the conversation about disaster management, even within the county. And one of the things we did as our Marshall Plan was to set up a multi-sector, multi-agency committee to deal with the issue of flooding and El Nino and other matters disaster related, which brings on board all the other key departments. And I chair that committee. We have environment on board, we have urban planning, we have health, we have public communication, we have works department, mobility. In a sense, we have all the other key service essential sectors, securities on board. And that committee, what we did then was to task each of those departments or sectors to come up with a sector-specific plan. So if it was health, and you're anticipating that the floods are likely to cause secondary hazards, such as waterborne diseases, what is the plan around dealing with this risk? And that's why the CHPs were onboarded. If it's environment, you'll appreciate that one of the things we did before El Nino, and we're really grateful to His Excellency, was the recruitment of the 3,000 Green Army, whose work was then to clean and clog the garbage and drainage system, garbage and drainage systems in the county. In a way, in a sense, to just complement and deal with the risks that we anticipated. Walifanya kazi. Unajua ile, and you'll recognize that before El Nino, Nairobi didn't feel the brunt. Hizi mvua za juzi, this is where we felt it because of the intensity and the magnitude of the rains. This was above normal, and it overwhelmed even our existing drainage system, not just in Kenya. I'm sure you saw this everywhere, even in other countries. So just to affirm that indeed we have that strategy in place. We have the multi-sector, multi-agency team in place, the committee which I chair. We have sector-specific plans for disaster management. DRR have their plan to engage with the community. Fire and rescue have also invested in clear benchmarks. We've set timelines. We say that for a fire within 15 kilometers, the standard is to respond within 9 minutes. Anything outside that is 15 minutes. So we've given ourselves rapid response service charter. A service charter. That is the word. Kizungu mzuri. And we are keen on each sector. Works have been given clear, environment have been told you must clear this garbage, and so on and so forth. So we have that, and this, just to say that we've also cascaded these plans to the sub-counties. So they are owned by the sub-county units, and just to appreciate that different sub-counties have different needs. So a place like Kawangware, Kibra is more fire prone. A place like Embakasi, Ruai is more flood prone. So they have a plan. And just to mention that this committee also onboards the National Government Administration. So you have the regional, the county commissioner, you have the DCCs on board, SCCs are part of these committees that meet on a weekly basis, review the disaster profile, and come up with solutions.
Bromo, come again. Right? So we can look at this now. Even going into greater detail, how many fire vehicles do we have in these stations? And you have these guys who are working. So what's the response time? Let's hear the public saying yes in this. One of these 3 to 4 fires that are going to be in Nairobi today. Let's see, communities telling us that we actually knew who to call. We called. And we got the response that we needed.
Correct.
Brahmo Sumiu is the Chief Officer for Disaster Management and Coordination, Nairobi City County Government. 9 a.m. news time.
The UDA National Election Board, the city boss reaffirmed his confidence in winning the UDA county chair seat, adding his delegates secured 240 slots out of the 340 in the recent constituency elections. Now, business operators situated along Dar es Salaam Road in Nairobi County will be spared from demolitions after the court issued orders stopping the exercise. The Land and Environment Court issued the orders following a petition by 4 traders who argued that the order issued by the government was arbitrary. Petitioners argued that a notice dated May 2nd, 2024 amounts to a violation of their constitutional right to own property and not to be deprived of any right or interest over the property sovereignty as enshrined under Article 40 of the Constitution of Kenya. And the Kenya Copyright Board Kekobo has approved a 1-year license for the Performing and Audiovisual Rights Society of Kenya (PABRISC) as the sole organization charged with collecting and distributing royalties to artists. Kekobo Board Chairperson Joshua Kutuny made the announcement, saying the decision was arrived at after a thorough vetting process aimed at solving the perennial issues affecting the sector. He noted that PABRISC, formerly PRISC, was picked out of 5 interested collective management organizations (CMOs) after demonstrating the ability to regulate the affairs of royalty collection and distribution single-handedly. Now, Kenya Power has notified customers in 3 counties that it has scheduled electricity supply today to give room for system maintenance. The planned outage, the company said, will affect parts of Uasin Gishu, Kisii and Kiambu counties. Customers to be affected have been urged to exercise patience as the maintenance exercise takes place. And a former Kenya Navy officer and 2 other individuals have been arrested on suspicion of being part of a motorcycle theft syndicate operating in Nairobi's Ruai and Kamulu areas. The trio, Peter Kabamunyu, Timothy Irungo Karimi and Anthony Maina Njoroge, were apprehended by DCI detectives following a surge in motorcycle theft in both locations. Detectives likewise discovered a maroon motorcycle and a silver Nissan Wingroad at the scene. They suspect that they utilized the vehicles to distribute stolen motorcycle parts. Both vehicles were confiscated and detained at Ruai police station. Now, police in Siaya County are investigating an incident where an unidentified man gained entry into a local Catholic church before allegedly defecating on the statue of Jesus. Siaya County Police Commander Cleti Kimayo said the incident happened at St. Andrew's Bondo Catholic Church. Kimayo added that further reports indicate that the statue, which has been at the church altar, was reported missing. Tomorrow, sports and Premier League clubs have voted by 19 against 1 in favor of keeping video assistant referees or VAR next season. Wolves triggered a vote on the use of VAR in the 2024-2025 season after formally submitting a resolution to the Premier League in May. In order for VAR to be scrapped, 14 of the 20 Premier League clubs needed to vote in favor of doing so, but only Wolves did that. And Athletics Kenya says they were keen not to break any anti-doping rules as the federation prepares to select its athletes to represent the country at the Paris Olympic Games set for next month. AK Vice Chairperson Paul Mutui said they have invited over 250 athletes to the trials slated for June 14th to 15th at Nyeri National Stadium, led by Africa's fastest man Ferdinand Omanyala, double world record holder Faith Kipyegon and world 800 meters champion Mary Moraa. Mutui, who is also the AK's director of competitions, added that the federation would abide by the anti-doping rules set for the category A countries where Kenya falls. This is Newsworm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
.4 Spice FM. Nairobi.
All right, top of the hour, what's happening? Where are you this morning? Traffic still coming into the city, and it's heavy as you come past Survey on the Thika Superhighway. It's going to take you all the way through towards Maranga Road. It's not too bad looking at the Globe Cinema roundabout. Just as you get over that and getting into the city, there's going to be some of that still left. On Limuru Road, in and outbound traffic still continues. It's going to come in heavy through towards Wangari Maathai, and then after that, free and clear, easy street, as it were. On Landis Road, in and outbound traffic is busy as you get through towards the Kamkunji roundabout. That still continues, and Jogo Road with some traffic, considerable, but I think we'll get out of it without too much of an issue. Let's talk on Spice FM KE on X hashtag the Situation Room.
This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Lafiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
It is 7 minutes after 9. How are you? Welcome to the final hour of the Situation Room this morning. Karibu sana. We are glad that you're tuned in. Kenya's biggest conversation. Kenya Revenue Authority wants to remind you about the tax amnesty program that comes to an end at the end of this month. So, up to December 31st, 2022, if you had some issues with Kenya Revenue Authority and you're wondering what to do, have a conversation with them today. Because you can talk about the waiver on interest and penalties. So you're only left with the burden of paying the principal tax due. And even with that principal tax due, you can talk about a repayment plan. The amnesty program comes to an end at the end of this financial year. Sawa sawa. So it's as simple as that. And all you need to do is find ways of engaging with KRA via the platform, and it's itax.kra.go.ke. That's itax.kra.go.ke. When you go in there, you will be able to walk through and find the information on tax amnesty and how to take advantage of it. Or you can also call them. That's 0711.
0711 099 999.
0711 099 999. Are you prepared to go doing some shopping and sampling some of this tukona beef this weekend?
Going for mincemeat, sausages, boerewors, burger patties, and even this 21 day wet aged
yes,
beef.
21 day wet aged.
Thank you.
Yeah?
And you wonder, where is all this from?
Choice ni moja.
Taste ni noma.
Bas. It's Ken Beef by Ken Chick. Today is World Food Safety Day, right?
Yes.
And we had a conversation about this the other day, and we actually distinguished between food safety and food security. So you talk about food security, it's about access and affordability of this food. Is it close to you? Are you able to buy it? Is it nutritious? Those three elements, food security. When it comes to food safety, it's about whether that food is harmful to you as you ingest it, right? And we want to talk about food safety governance challenge in this country, the status of food safety in Nairobi and then by extension in the country. Anthony Maina is the CEO and founder of Food Cloud, and Kenneth Ayuko is the policy lead and executive director, Agrisk Research and Advisory. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
Welcome to the hot seat of the Situation Room. Good to have you both here.
Thank you.
Happy World Food Safety Day.
That's a contradiction.
Is it?
Yeah. You can't have happy when you are talking of food safety.
Why not?
Because it means there's something wrong.
No, it means that you actually acknowledge that there's food safety.
You have acknowledged something is wrong, which is a good thing. It's a start. But then going forward, how do you make it right? Yeah.
Is something wrong? Really, Kenneth?
Yes.
What's wrong?
What's wrong is that our food, I'm going to use terms interchangeably, quality and safety, because one affects the other.
Yes.
Is that our food quality or its safety is not exactly what it ought to be. We don't even know what we are eating most of the time, how good it is for our health. And walk through the corridors of our health facilities will tell you when you see kids with their mothers with diarrhea and all forms of GIDs, gastrointestinal diseases, is probably an indicator, not probably, definitely an indicator that what we have ingested is not right.
It's not right.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll continue this conversation shortly. I first want to welcome you with the day's proverb, courtesy of our colleague C.T. Muga, who is not in today. The proverb for this week are from the Gambia. So listen to the proverb
and give us your interpretation of it. And today's proverb is, if you stir up water in the pond, you will bring up the pond. If you stir up water in the pond, you'll bring up the pond. Kenneth, what do you think they're saying?
Why does ours have to be so difficult? Why not the common things? If you stir up water in the pond, you'll bring up the pond. I have two interpretations. What is the pond? Is it the residue at the bottom? Or is the pond
the container?
The container.
Right.
Now, if you stir up water too much in the pond, at very high speeds, using the laws of centrifugal forces, the water will spill out. You'll remain with an empty pond. That's one.
That's one interpretation.
But the second one is that you will bring the smack out of the bottom. And people will know what the pond really looks like.
Right.
I don't know whether I'm...
Right. That's a good direct translation. So now interpret the proverb. What are they saying? What's the deeper meaning?
Leave the peace be. Don't stir the peace. Have the status quo being exactly that, a state of things as it is.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a good one. Anthony, what's your interpretation?
My interpretation would be like when you start the pot, the little dirt will come up. I think that's how I interpret it in layman language. Yes.
So what is the message?
There's a lot undone when it comes to health sector, when it comes to the issues of food safety. There is a gap, a serious gap.
Okay. If it ain't broke,
don't fix it.
Don't fix it.
I've noticed.
Let it be. Just let it be.
Yeah. I've noticed you any particular affiliation or affinity for the Gambia and the far west of Africa. I've noticed in a lot of your these are they words of wisdom?
The proverbs.
Yeah, the proverbs.
City goes across Africa. He'll be in Kenya, he'll be in Somalia, he's been to Ethiopia,
Last week we were in Zimbabwe, the week before that Malawi,
South Africa. We've gone to the Sahel, all the countries, everywhere. As long as it's Africa, City will get proverbs from that country. But let's now get into the food safety conversation. Anthony, what is food cloud?
Food cloud Kenya is basically a system. Let me give you a little bit of data. In Kenya and whole world, we waste over 30% of what we produce. Ironically, over 800 million people globally sleep hungry.
Daily?
That's annual data.
Okay.
What we waste in terms of tonnage is 1.3 billion tons of food. So food cloud basically connect business with surplus food to those in need, ensuring food security and elevation of hunger, reducing wastage.
How?
We are connecting.
You're connecting people with surplus.
With the surplus. Let's say maybe the restaurant.
To those with a deficit.
And the farmers. But a very discounted rate, and sometimes we give in form of donation, which make food accessible to those who need the food most.
Okay.
Yes.
So are we talking about asking people to donate what is in excess so that it can go and benefit those that don't have?
Yes.
At the point when you're asking people to donate what's excess, is it what we would call waste on one side? Are we saying that we are moving the 30% waste to areas that have a shortage?
It's not actual waste in real sense. Because what normally happens, let's say like these guys who are doing export, for instance, they are very strict on the cosmetic standard of the product they're exporting.
Yes.
You find in most cases, like for cases, let's say maybe like for cases of fruits, you find like the fruits that are maybe too small, or maybe like the case of French bean, the French bean that are maybe too long or too short are not considered ideal
for the market.
Quality for export market. But it's good food. It's not bad for human consumption. Then that's what you're able to get repack and distribute to those who are in it. Sometimes we don't, sometimes we give it at discounted rates, elevating the aspects of hunger.
So it's at that point of sorting for quality, those that are then considered sub-quality, maybe grade 1 or grade 2s and
Yes, the way they grade it.
So you take your grade 3.
Yes, that's what we repackage and distribute.
You repackage.
Yes.
I see.
Okay.
For commercial benefits or as a non-profit?
Mostly is what I call it like a social business model aspect of it. Sometimes we give, sometimes we distribute at a very discounted rates.
Okay.
Yes.
Kenneth, what is Agrisk Research and Advisory?
Agrisk is exactly that, agricultural risk research, agricultural risk advisory. Looking at a small outfit, let me start by saying that, a small outfit of the run-of-the-mill us who sit and with nothing else to do, just think of what might be happening, what should happen, and if it doesn't, how do we give advisories on how to mitigate the harmful impacts of what's going to happen, or what might happen, or what is actually happening. Specifically related to the agri-food systems. Agri-food systems, that is the value chain from thinking about producing to eventually producing, to distributing, and to consuming the food, the agri-food product. Like I said, it is a small outfit, because if we were too many, we would fill all the libraries.
A small think tank.
A small think tank.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's go into some
Thank you.
definition. You talked about safety and quality, coming together. You don't just think about food safety, you've got also to think about quality of the food.
Yes.
So let's define them. What is food safety and what is food quality?
Food safety is a situation when food is safe. Let me start from there. When food is safe, you can ingest food without having it cause you harmful effects, being sick, being unable to work, and so on. Food quality, on the other hand, is a standards thing on one hand, but also affected by the food safety status. Poor food safety status leads to poor quality. A rotten fruit is not a good quality fruit. But the standards of determining, like Anthony has mentioned, sometimes is based on some stringent paradigms and stringent parameters that we don't want our mangoes this diameter, because one, we intend to use it, that's for the external market, we intend to use the mango as a component of a lunchbox, and our lunchboxes are this size, so if your mango is too big, it
will not fit in the lunchbox.
Yes. That's then a standard. Food could also be good food, but contaminated. That means poor quality, but as well as poor in terms of its safety. So that's why sometimes the line between quality and safety is so thin that if you slip a little, you fall into the other.
Okay.
Yeah.
What are we looking at then in terms of, if we look at food in general, and let's use Kenya, and we talk about food that has been harvested, grown, etc., what is the percentage of food that would be deemed unsafe in Kenya today, for example?
I'll look it from export perspective, because if I like for the case of French beans, okay, sometimes they are rejected on basis of let's say maybe like what I was trying to explain, not meeting the cosmetic standards. But it's at some cases, according to the data on public portal, you find like over 40% of French bean is rejected. and in some cases
rejected.
For what purpose? For what?
Are the exports? The reason why it happens is because of high residue level of the pesticides, which is at 40%. So you can calculate it from that.
So that food then would be deemed to be unsafe.
Unsafe for human consumption.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And that's just in one sector.
French beans.
French beans. If we looked around the country and we say that food that is being farmed, harvested, and then essentially gets to the plates of Kenyans, are we looking at the same numbers, Kenneth?
We have a dearth of research data. So empirically, we could say it is high. How high, nobody knows. Because there are so many factors that impinge on the quality of our food, on the chemical content, the chemical contamination, on bacterial and microbial contamination. And when you look from an agri-food systems perspective, you have to try to find out at what point did the contaminant get in. And that is such a wide array. I'll give you an example. Food is grown in the soil. And the soil, by definition, unfortunately, is called dirt, which means it is dirty. But number two, that dirt then gets added onto it some other elements. If we take our Nairobi, for instance, we have the largest industrial area in this country, using chemicals and spewing chemical waste into our river systems. And this river system then traverses the country going down to the Indian Ocean. And you don't know how much lead, for instance, is in the water down in Sabaki. You don't know how much arsenic is down in the river in Makueni, and so on. And studies have not been conclusively done to determine. And after you've done that, how much of that seeps into the food system? We don't know. So we are working from a perspective of what could be there. Do we have the capacity to empirically tell the world or tell ourselves in Kenya and the Nairobi consumer that what you are consuming has got arsenic, has got mercury, has got lead, which originated from the factory you work in?
So we are not able to test.
We are not able to tell conclusively.
At the point of production. Are we able to test post-harvest?
Post-harvest, yes. We should be able to tell. But that is then contingent on our capacity for monitoring and doing the analysis. Do we have that capacity? I'll give you an example. Take our very famous, popular marikiti. Our food has come in from Sabaki. It is probably pineapple or mango or whatever. Or it is chili from Makueni, or it is pawpaw from Kitengela, and so on. It has come in. How do we handle it? Because it could be safe, it's food safe, but how do we handle it at the point of sale in Marikiti? I would recommend we do a guided food tour to Marikiti to find out what impinges on the food you eat. It is not the problem. It's not actually the problem of the food vendor. It is also not even the problem of the consumer. I might add here that Kenyans, and especially Nairobians, are what I describe as convenience freaks. We demand convenience so much to the exclusion of everything else, and the food vendors are always willing to oblige.
So
how does that affect then food safety?
Food safety at the household level,
No, the food vendors that we're speaking about, how does this play in that same ecosystem?
Right. Now, I'll give you another graphic example. Back to Markiti. Look at Markiti, we have the infrastructure where the food is sold in bulk, that's inside. But then we also look at Markiti, the auxiliary Markiti, which is actually along that's Haile Selassie.
Yes.
Haile Selassie Avenue, coming from the banana market at the roundabout, as you go up, is, I think, 3 lanes. Motorized transport uses only 1 lane. The other 2 lanes have been taken over by the food vendors.
It's market.
There is a market. And why are they there? Because that's where you, as a consumer, seeking convenience, want them to be. You want to pick your fruit or your vegetable, your potatoes, and jump into the nearest matatu to get you home.
Kenneth, am I looking for convenience, or am I avoiding the dirt that's in that market?
When it rains, it's an eyesore.
I'm responding.
That's still convenience.
I'm responding to the system failure. In there is an eyesore. In there, there's it's all mud where the trucks came. I mean, the whole it's impassable. It's okay.
That facility was commissioned. System failure, yes, was commissioned in 1966. I don't know how many of us around here were alive at that time.
I wasn't.
Definitely. So 1966. The capacity, the installed capacity, 600 to 800 traders.
Wow.
I don't know how many years ago is that. 48? 48 years down the line, or 58, I'm not too sure. I think it's 58. 58 years down the line, that facility handles on a daily basis anywhere between 7,500 to 9,000 traders, transporters, and hangers-on, including some who don't do food. At the gate, you'll find somebody doing mitumba and doing some jewelry and doing all these things. I mean, that is a clear case of a system's failure. Have we moved with the pace of the demand for that service? And the answer is an emphatic no. In 1966, they were also using Markiti as the central point of distribution. They were satellite markets at Isili, at the place where today, behind the used to be called Isili Garage. That's where Kenya Bus put their buses. But behind it was a beautiful fresh food market for fruits and vegetables. At Jericho, there was one. At Kibera, there was another. No, it wasn't Kibera. At Karanja Road. Kibera is now the metro place. Then there was one at Kariobangi. There was one at Kangemi, and so
Parklands.
on. That was Parklands and Westlands. That was before Kenyans developed this heightened ultra appetite for conversion of public spaces into individual use. So, I mean, these are all systemic and institutional failures that have impinged on how we handle our food and therefore affecting the quality of our food.
I want us to take a break. We can come back and continue. It's 9:30. Today is World Food Safety Day, and we are having a world food safety conversation. The safety of the food that we consume in Nairobi. Kenneth Ayuko is a policy lead and executive director at Agrisk Research and Advisory. Anthony Maina is the CEO and founder of Food Cloud. Food Cloud is a company that links areas where there is excess food and areas where there is the deficit of food in various ways, and he's been explaining that to us. We'll be back shortly. Keep it here. This is Kenya's biggest conversation.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
For years, Kenchik has been your go-to for top-notch chicken. But now, we've got something new cooking up. Canned beef. Tukona beef, made from grass-fed, tender and flavorful beef canned beef is a perfect choice for all your beefy cravings. And to tell you just how good it is, we have Mercy, who will try it for the first time.
Hii saucy ni moto, the explosion of flavors, where the juiciness, it's unlike anything I've ever tasted before.
She now has only one choice when it comes to beef sausages. This will be great for a power breakfast or a quick snack. What are you guys waiting for? Get canned beef now at all leading supermarkets, from beef sausages, beef burgers, and Boers. Canned beef, choice ni moja, taste ni noma.
The weather with SpiceFM.
It's a cloudy sunny morning in Nairobi. We'll see highs through Friday of 26 and then down to lows of 14. It's sunny at 19 in Nakuru, and at 19 it's also sunny in Nyeri. 19 and sunny in Eldoret, going to highs of 25. And we're looking into a sunny Mombasa at 28 and a sunny Malindi at 29. The sun is also up in Kisumu at 25, 23 and sunny in Kakamega today. It's a cloudy morning after the rain in Kampala at 23, and at 26 Dar es Salaam is sunny. We'll see highs of 32, and Johannesburg is sunny. A windy morning at 4 degrees with highs of 13, and at 30 it's sunny in Mogadishu. Addis Ababa at 21, sunny through the day with highs of 27, and Lagos is cloudy at 25 with Kinshasa sunny at 22. Let's look into Beijing, and on Friday afternoon it's raining now at 18 with highs of 22. Paris is sunny at 12, and London at 12, sunny as well, getting into the summer months. It's clear at 21 Thursday night in New York. Coming into Friday, we'll see highs of 28 and lows of 17.
Planning an outdoor event and in need of a remarkable venue? Your search ends here. Explore the peaceful ambience of the Green Park Garden located at the Standard Group Center on Mombasa Road. Whether it's a corporate affair, a joyous birthday celebration, a dreamy wedding, or any special event, our serene ambience sets the perfect stage. Marvel at the diverse array of plants, each with its unique texture, color, and fragrance, creating an enchanting atmosphere. Don't miss out on this extraordinary opportunity. To reserve your spot in our green sanctuary, contact Greg at 0714-673547. Embrace nature's touch at Green Park Garden.
All right, let's take a look at what is going on now after a very busy morning. It hasn't been anything too crazy, though, so great. Just a little bit left on Landis Road, heading out towards Jogo Road. I guess it's where the food vendors are doing what they're doing in terms of throwing fruit out the window. Coming off Thika Superhighway, there's also traffic coming in from Survey through towards the city centre. And on Limuru Road, a little bit of traffic is left coming through towards Wangari Maathai. Keeping an eye on things this morning, talk to us on SpiceFM KE on X.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Conversation continues for the next 26 minutes with Kenneth Ayuko from Agrisk Research and Advisory and Anthony Miner from Food Cloud. So, Anthony, we'll talk about food safety and quality in Nairobi. Like you've said, we see figures are showing us many things are happening. Number one, there is the residue of pesticides.
Yes.
And this is just a farmer issue.
Yes.
And what they consider to be, good quality for market. So 2 days before, a day before, morning of harvest, go with your knapsack and you're spraying your nyanyas so that you can take them to the market.
Yes. Yeah.
Maybe that is responding or reacting to the consumer, because the consumer wants to see the very red nyanya that come to the market. That's what they're going to buy. That's what they consider to be quality food. Okay? So we end up with that demarcation of the export market and the local market.
Yes.
And in fact, there's a point where in Kirinyaga County, farmers of French beans had been banned from exporting.
Yes.
Because of these residues in their produce. And now here again we hear allegations, I don't know how true they are, some people swear that it's very true, that there's a farm for export and there's a farm for local market.
Yes.
These export guys with their maneno mingi, you give them their corner of the cloth. Yeah. And then we have now this one for the local market where you go and spray in the morning because the guy at Marikiti wants to see the red nyanya. Right? How do we address all these issues when now it comes to what we are consuming in Nairobi, in our market,
Because we are the ones who are demanding. I want to see this, and this is what I consider to be quality food. It ends up being unsafe.
That boils down to two aspects. One of the biggest challenges that we are having, there's need for consumer awareness. Like what you are saying, the consumers have like this perception, maybe like the fresh looking, maybe let's say maybe like for case of spinach is the best quality.
I want it to look green and not a single blot.
But the ironic part of it, for that freshly looking spinach, it shows something. In some instances, because of the high level of pesticide, pest cannot exist. You get my point? But for those like maybe the spinach with some spots, it shows that there is low level of the pesticides. You get my point? But the consumers do not know that. Other thing, what normally happens, like for these guys who are doing after the export, after this product have been rejected at export processing zone, there's the case of French bean. Do you know what normally happens? The rejected product, because of the high residue level of the pesticides, in some cases is what ends up in our market. In our market, and that's what's sold as the reject. You get my point? So there's a gap. There's need, however, it should come from the law enforcement agencies like KEPS on traceability of this consignment maybe have been rejected for export. Where does it head? Should it be destroyed, or what do we go about it?
But that's what Food Cloud comes in. You guys now coming to take that has been rejected and bring it to us.
No, I'm very careful because I don't take that. Because I trace back, why has it been rejected? It is on what basis? Is it on basis of cosmetic conditions, or because of the residue level?
Okay.
Yes.
So you make sure that then that doesn't end up. Do you have any indication of statistics of the amount of food in our markets, and we know where the markets are, that would have questions of quality? Kenneth, you can respond to this at some point.
Kenneth can respond.
By the way, where is our market in Nairobi?
Our market?
Do you only have one?
Exactly. Nairobi, because of that issue of convenience, Nairobi is one contiguous food market. How long do you have to drive before you get across a vendor? How long do you have to step out of a matatu before you are stepping on somebody's fruits being sold? Nairobi is one big food market. And that creates challenges when you now have to deal with analysis of quality, monitoring. I mean, where do you place the people? And it becomes difficult then to have some of, what do we call them? Some of the standards or practices that should be in place to assure quality. The HACCP, the hazard analysis and critical point frameworks, for instance, that creates challenges when you have to do the public health quality thing. Your meat might leave, what's that place where the meat is?
Dagoretti.
It might leave Dagoretti in well-designated red band boxes and red band pickups, and then it lands at the butchery, your closest butchery, from where then it lands at the Mutura place. And where's your Mutura place?
By the roadside.
Not by the roadside, at the bus stop. At the bus stop, because when the consumer, when he gets out, ooh, that beautiful Mutura is the first thing I'm going to eat. And he needs his cut.
At the stage.
At the stage, to eat before he gets home. Because probably at home there's only skuma wiki. So, I mean, these are all issues of our mental and psychological.
So, Kenneth, are we able to tell by any level or degree of certainty the quality of the food that we consume in Nairobi?
We are able to tell, but we are restricted by capacity. Okay. There is one institution called the government chemist. And the government chemist analyzes the chemical component. He's a chemist, the chemical component of your food. There is the hospital laboratories. Let me put it this way. In 1966, when we commissioned that market, how many people are in Nairobi as the population? Can you hazard a guess?
How many were you? Like 25 guys?
427,000.
Less than 500,000 people.
Less than 500,000 people. What is the population of Nairobi today?
5 million.
5.57 and counting million. So you are looking at the capacity of an analytical lab which was set up back then, probably in the 70s, and whose capacity has not increased commensurate with the demand for ascertaining food quality. And go back to the what did we call him? Go back to the consumer. And I've given you that graphic example at Haile Selassie at Marikiti. And up the road at the roundabout where Haile Selassie hits Rescos Road, hits the Rescos Road, there is a public toilet. And next to it there's a manhole, which occasionally, based on its moods, bursts out.
You seem to know the geography of Haile Selassie.
And the water goes down towards Landis Road. And if it doesn't get on the pavement, at least the vehicles coming up will make sure it splashes it on there. And right on the pavement, and the first two lanes, there's the Mama Mboga and Mama Kitungu. On those brown gunny sacks, which is now moist from
the splashes from the
splashes, and therein sits your tomato. In that pyramidal shape, and it says 20 bob for 5, and here is 100 bob for 15, and so on. And the price indicators are very conspicuous. You can see them from a mile away. It is red on white background. You can't miss it. So before you even know what you want to buy, you already know the price. And because you are a convenience freak, and convenient not only to your movement but also to your pocket, you say, oh, they look good, and the matatu is down the road, let me pick a few and take home. And they are so nice you can eat them
on the spot.
And you arrive with them home, and your kid, you bought 15, you're only going to use 2, and your kid likes it, and is also a healthy food freak. I'm a vegan, so I eat tomatoes, and I cut them into my kachumbari. I mean, this is the kind of environment we are talking about. It doesn't take rocket science to tell you that in that environment, there is no way you can ascertain food, even if properly cooked. What happens to your kachumbari? Kachumbari is never cooked. What happens to your fresh fruit? You don't cook mangoes to eat them. So, I mean, there are all these challenges. And when Anthony says consumer awareness, I wonder how many Kenyans want to be made aware. My grandmother used to say, what goes into the stomach is not washed, so I shouldn't bother. To which my mother then would retort, that's why what goes in there should be clean. So, I mean, this is the kind of situation we are dealing with. Our problem is, one, institutions, or their lack of enforcing the institutional frameworks we have put in place. Sometimes we shout at the rooftop, we have developed this policy, we have this legal framework, we have that. That's all very good, but that should only be the beginning. The next step is, how do you make sure that these institutions serve the purpose, that the institution, the laws and regulations are not an end in themselves. Unfortunately, a lot of times we assume they are the end.
How do we create this consumer awareness, Anthony?
This will come from the regulators, whereby they can organize the forums on educating these consumers. Also, we can work through policy angle, because like for these consumers, mostly they depend on these vibandas and these mama bogas. We can come up with maybe a framework or maybe a way of dividing these mama bogas on creating a tools for ensuring that whatever get consumers is safe for consumption.
That's a long route, man. Because we, like you said, if we have a challenge at the institutional level, if the institution does not have the capacity to just do the basics, will it have the capacity to do this, to roll out all these programs and to ensure that the programs are actually reaching the intended audiences? How do we, for example, now that you have this platform, how do you create awareness to the people that this is what you should consider as quality and safe food? This is how we would universally define safe food. When you talk about food safety, this is how you can tell. How can I tell that the burgers I'm buying, like the tomatoes you've described, like wherever I go, so I say, no, because Kenneth told me about that Marikiti area, I'll avoid it. So I'll want to go and buy food which is on, a raised platform. But how can I tell that this is safe food?
I will first of all make a disclaimer and an apology. I'm not trying to destroy business at the market.
It's important to put that across.
Yeah. But we are trying to get the consumer. Most of the time, you don't need a laboratory to tell you that this food was handled in this manner. Just look. Remember, I defined the soil where it is grown as dirt, and also the pavement where it is displayed as dirt. I mean, any consumer should be able to see that. But does he? You live in Kileleshwa, not you, but assume you live in Kileleshwa, and I talked about this Nairobi being one massive food marketplace. In the morning, somebody walks to Markiti, and they load their purchases on some kokoteni and they push it up the hill. You should be going up Haile Selassie Hill, and you sometimes they go like this, so that they are able to
maneuver the hill.
You remember the law of inclination when you are climbing uphill. And then it lands somewhere in Kilimani, Kileleshwa, and it is put in a kiosk, a corner kiosk, which because of your convenience, you send the housemaid or the kid, go and get me some oranges, or go and get me some from Masai, or from Bogua, or from Mama Otieno. And they go. And because the kiosk is in your neighborhood,
it's in Kileleshwa, for crying out loud. Must be fine. It's in a safe place. Clean kiosk.
Yes, it is clean kiosk. But the clean kiosk didn't grow and distribute the food there, which points to the need for tracing. From a consumer perspective, you have to be able to trace, but you're not bothered with it. Today, since last year, in our parliament, there is the Food and Feed Safety Control Coordination Bill. How many of us know about it? And do we even care? Do we bother whether this bill is going to affect that succulent tomato I'm going to take home? Of course it is going to. But until we participate in the crafting of this bill, which then will be a law, unfortunately our laws are not, are enforced. The emphasis is in the last syntax of that, force. Our operations are policed, which means there is always an external influence. It doesn't come from us. We have to internalize the need to have that what we ingest is quality without being forced. Hey, you eat healthy food. Who doesn't know you need healthy food?
Of course. I mean, have we? And I think when we look at issues of food safety, there's the argument that we've over politicized some of these conversations. That if we look at a time gone by, you were almost guaranteed that it didn't matter where you were, that you knew that the food that you were ingesting was safe. It was clean. It came from your back garden, your farm, whatever it was. But then we've come into a time where there's so many world systems playing against each other that we now have to think about, is this tomato actually laden with pesticides in Kenya that have been banned in other European jurisdictions? For example, again, a political conversation. Are we ingesting foods that have been grown in a lab, but that they are fueling or filling the pockets of somebody in another part of the world? Again, a political conversation. Now, you want to play that vis-a-vis somebody who, for goodness sake, just wants to eat. That person is not thinking, is this pesticide tomato? The person is thinking, this is a tomato which I am going to cook and feed my children at the end of the day. They do not have the bandwidth for all these things that we are saying. How do we actually really balance this conversation whereby the world may be talking, and yes, it sounds like an elitist conversation when we're saying food safety. The world is talking about food safety. There is somebody who's talking about using food to survive. How do we make sure that we are actually having this conversation in the arena that is relevant to all the parties in this ecosystem? How do we do that? Food safety here, survival, to live to tomorrow.
Unfortunately,
where we're on that place where the mud is splashing all over the place and it's 20 shillings for 5 tomatoes, whatever the case may be. But I will buy that because guess what? I have 100 shillings in my pocket and I must eat this. I must eat today. I buy those tomatoes. I buy a couple of onions here so that I can go home and buy a half a kilo of unga to eat. You see, it's a reality. It's not something we're making up. That's the existence of very many people. So can we say, whereby we're playing against so many other pillars, can we really take food safety into consideration?
Today is 7th of June. We are marking the World Food Safety Day. Do you know which edition this one is? The 6th edition. Meaning food safety issues has only come to the fore over the last 6 years. And yet, at the creation, when God puts Adam, first Adam, into the garden, and then brings in Eve, he gives them a commandment. All this thou shalt eat. I mean, that's the first thing God instructed people to do, to eat. It didn't, the procreation and filling the world, those ones came much later. But the first basic need of human beings, Adam and Eve included, was food. And because that is what creates sustenance, generates the sustenance for your human existence. Now, take that debate fast forward and look at what we have today. And sometimes I look at, yes, this debate will end here. In the evening, those who listened and those who did not will go back to their homes and now start discussing the real pertinent issues. How is Nyokabi going to go to school? How are we going to pay the fees for so and so needs to go to hospital? These are things. They don't connect the hospital, the school, and everything else to what we were talking about here. So how do we package our information? Unfortunately, we have not packaged it very well. And when I talk about we, I mean all of us. The food systems, the agri-food systems value chain involves thousands of players. The producer, who is the farmer, and who also happens to be a consumer in his own right, is part of that process. The food, the farm input supplier, who also happens to be a consumer, is part of that system. The distributor at the supermarket or at the roadside is also a consumer and part of that system. The regulator, whether you're talking of cafes, you're talking of cabs, is also the institution populated by consumers.
Yeah.
So all of these people know at some rudimentary level the value of clean food. You pick cassava from the ground, you clean it. Natural instinct, thinking that is reducing its harmfulness. The thing is, you have what it takes, but you don't have the information to act properly. At the height of the COVID, and this is a story I usually find very heart-rending. At the height of the COVID, one of you media houses were interviewing the street urchins just below Mudhurwa at the Nairobi River, below Gikomba. And they were being asked whether they know about COVID, whether they know it is going to affect their health, and so on. And this young man, about 14 or 15, maybe less, starts talking, and I'm going to try to make it as the sound bite sound. Ati we Buda, unatuambia nini? Hii maji ndio tunakunywa na hapa ndio tunakula. Hii sasa hiyo COVID ni nini? Kwanza tangu nizaliwe hata sijaenda hosi. I shed tears. Because that's another consumer. But he's a consumer who is trying to cope with this situation. And he probably would benefit a lot more. Have we done in our policies consider him? Have we done in our legal frameworks consider him? Or every time we see him, we police him, we chase him away?
A good point. Kenneth, thank you very much for those good points. I want to end with you, Anthony. As we talk about food safety this year, what is the one thing that you'd like to leave as a message and say, if nothing else, the people who are listening to you, take this to heart?
One of the things that I would like to suggest for like all the actors that are involved in food production and distribution, there is need to train and capacity build their staff on proper handling procedures that to promote long-term food safety.
Well said. And thank you very much. Anthony Maina is the CEO and founder of Food Cloud. Kenneth Ayuko is policy lead and executive director at the Agrisk Research and Advisory. He says, by his own words, it's a small think tank. Because if we made it bigger, everybody will be part of it. So everybody is involved. Thank you very much for joining us, gentlemen. And do have a lovely day. It's World Food Safety Day. We've been having a food safety conversation. It's coming up to a weekend. Remember, this weekend, as you're thinking, choice ni moja, taste ni noma. Yeah? And it's food that you can trust.
Yes, go out and get yourself some Ken beef by Kenchick.
Do have yourself...
There's a food safety summit going on at the Safari Park.
Today.
It's also ending today.
Okay.
We want to go and catch the tail end.
Please rush there.
Yes.
And you'll give us what happens there. Have a lovely weekend, people. It's 10 a.m. See you on Monday, God willing. Thank you.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. A magistrate's court is set to deliver its bail ruling in a case in which a 19-year-old student is alleged to have assaulted a police officer along Committee Road. Ian Njoroge was arraigned in court on June 4th and charged with violently robbing the officer of a communication gadget. He appeared before Mlimani Principal Magistrate Ben Mark Ehobi and denied the charges. The prosecution has opposed his release on bail, saying the investigating officer has not finished recording statements from officers who are witnesses. The DPP requested for 3 days to finish taking statements and file a formal application to deny him bail. However, defense lawyers led by Duncan Okach and Soyinka Lempar said there are no compelling reasons to deny the accused bond. Just because the officers have not recorded statements does not warrant his detention, according to lawyer Okach. And Sportsy Esababu Namomba has assured the residents of Kakamega County and the Western region that the national government, through his ministry, has put in place strategies to ensure that the Bohongo Stadium is completed. Namomba says that 760 million shillings has already been allocated for the renovation of the stadium, pointing out that there have been financial challenges. In addition, he said that all stadium in the country will be built to national standard.